Now I need to remember what I was doing here. Okay. That's right. Excuse me. Oh, that layer of bricks is wigging out a bit. Oh well. I thought I could finish it fast enough. I was wrong. Whoops to me.
Someone has already taken a close interest in this tomb.
Oh, you don't say.
Go to the Tuileries and follow the directions on the receipt. It also mentions the Quartier du Saint-Eustache and Rue Saint-Honoré.
Various lifting excavation tools paid the sum of 140 livres, delivered by the carpenter Bergiot to Monsieur Joseph Balsamo in his workshop in the Quartier du Saint-Eustache near the Tuileries. Okay.
There's an actual job called a snake maker.
snake
Asterisk
maker.
milker.
Oh, milker, yes. Damn it. Motherfucker.
How do you milk a snake?
It's getting the venom from the snake. You take something like a cobra or a rattlesnake, you grab it from the back of the head, and you squeeze the sides of the jaw to get it to open its mouth, and there's usually a jar with a little plastic film over the top. And you put the fangs through the film, and you squeeze on the top of the head, and that forces the venom out through the fangs.
So you don't want to drink the snake milk?
Actually, as it turns out, there's a big difference between venom and poison. There's a very big distinction between venoms, toxins, and poisons. A toxin is anything that's hazardous to a creature. A venom is something that has to be injected in order to have an effect. And a poison is something that needs to be ingested to have an effect. Something you eat or inhale or whatever. Many venoms have literally next to no effect if ingested. Like habu sake, the sake where they put a dead cobra inside the bottle. The idea when it was originally done was that putting the snake in the sake would cause some of the venom to get into the sake and make it more potent. That's simply not true. A lot of snake venoms you can literally just eat and they'll basically do nothing. Because they're designed to affect the bloodstream, and quite literally if you go and you ingest them, by the time they reach the bloodstream they've already been broken down so much they don't do anything.
What robot needs 2 fails? I've only seen some with 1.
The flails, the big swingy things, you mean? I don't know. I mean, like...
Flails, I hate autocorrect.
It's okay. I don't know, some people definitely take the approach of, if one's good, two's better. Oh, I can't go back there? Shit. Fuck me.
Just hit the self-destruct button behind their head.
Oh, he's angry. Okay. This gate is locked. Didn't I already have the key to open that? I guess not. Okay. So I'm guessing we'll pick that up somewhere else.
Jump the gate.
I don't think there's anything nearby that'll give me enough height. No. And yeah, now the only thing left to do is to get back to the carriage and GTFO so we can go somewhere else to pursue whatever the rest of this quest is. Oh, now what do we have? What
You're
do
a
we
robot,
have?
bake the lock with the skinny robot fingers.
Yes. Fortunately, lockpick is one of the few skills we do not get. No upgrades to the burette, so agility, we have vigor. Looks like this will get us to where we're going more quickly.
What's the stupidest thing you've done when bored?
Oh, that is a good question. Usually boredom is not what gets me in trouble. It's trying to show off. Ow. Let's see here. It's also difficult because I'm pretty damn good at keeping myself entertained when I'm bored.
The toiletries.
The toiletries, yeah. I was waiting around for a wedding to take place, and the venue that had been picked was one of these fucking like mega churches, and I did not realize how long it was going to take for just, you know, people to get ready. So I was left waiting for quite a while. Okay, they're both over that way, so I'm gonna have to head back through there. And yeah, the venue had been that was picked was one of these like mega churches. So, because I was bored, I decided to eat up time. Oh, there's something up there. Let's grab that. Oh, there's also something way back at the start that I wasn't able to pick up. I should go back there. I wanted to eat up time, so I started trying to come up with a way to calculate how many ceiling tiles there were in the giant lobby of this place.
I tried to make a grilled cheese and accidentally set a paper towel on fire.
Whoops. But were you making the grilled cheese because you were bored, or were you just making it because you wanted grilled cheese?
I was bored and wanted grilled cheese.
All of the above, okay.
So I take it you're a math guy?
Not necessarily. Like, I'm okay with math. I don't love it. But it's a useful tool. And I didn't have anything else to do, so it was a way to eat up time. That's really all it boils down to. Oh, I forgot to check. I need to check my modules. Okay. Longevity, critical repair, fight or flight. Covering an alchemical capsule after each shot, or don't care about that. Slightly increases armor, that's cool. Charging, fulmination resistance, swiftness, light, strip ventilation. Reinforced armor. What does longevity do? Increases health. Health is at its lowest, okay. Mobilization module.
$140, more points and it's lime time maybe.
Fight or flight. Oops. Reinforced armor. I think we'll get rid of the critical repair and get the reinforced armor. No, not that one. Oh, fucking RoboCats.
BRB.
Okay, no sweat. Have I been here before? I want to say yes, but I'm not sure. Oh, it looks like he's in that hole in the ground. Okay.
enough for you to steal my dancer.
I'm merely obeying the king, mademoiselle. Don't be afraid. You and your beloved machine will soon be reunited. I give you my word. Voila, here we are. Do you see that window? That's where she's waiting for you. Sale petite peste. I suggest you don't try that again.
Atanias, what could have
How's it going, Big La Chanson de Roland?
Hey, it's going. How about yourself? How you doing?
I'm going fine. I didn't sleep last night. Fucked.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
Sometimes those repressed memories just be sprouting up at night.
Yeah? You know, for what it's worth, sometimes I would have problems sleeping because I would start thinking about something stupid, usually some kind of an argument I had, and how it bothered me. And when your mind goes and continues to revisit shit, it's trying to figure out a way to process it further, break it down, what else it can learn about the situation to handle it better next time. And sometimes there's not anything left to learn. Sometimes there's not a next time. You know, it depends. And in those situations, the best solution I've found for dealing with it is trying to give my mind exactly what it wants, some element of resolution. Thousand cut claws. What's a blade storm? I was hoping it was going to be something like what I have now, but better. And for me, the best way to give it this resolution, it's a little funny. What I came up with, I literally just came up with on my own. But I found out it's actually called something like narrative therapy. Like if I had an argument with my dad, and he made me feel dumb, what I would do... Man, my hair looks like shit. Sorry. What I would do is... Oh my god, I'm gonna need to go and shut up the dog here soon if she doesn't calm down. I would start playing out the story in my head, but then I would change it. Maybe this time, instead of, feeling like a moron, he actually listens to me. And we have a nice conversation about it. Maybe I lose my cool and fucking throw him through a window. Anything that gives me some sort of resolution and gratification. And every time it starts to creep back up, I just go and I come up with another little story, a different ending to come up with. And what this does is it gives your part of your mind that closure. The more often you do it, the more like at peace it becomes, and the more at peace, the more it settles down, the less you get that bullshit coming up. I don't know if that will work for you, but at least for me, that has made a big fucking difference. Monsieur Lecomte, I am still unsure of your true intentions. You and I both know the dispute between us that led to my flight, despite the distance that now separates us. What I witnessed you doing still haunts me, and now you seek my help to perfect my art of suggestion. You believe I will give you, whom I know to be capable of the worst, the means to deprive an innocent person of all free will, and make them a docile servant. This leads me to believe, Monsieur, that you have lost all common sense. Dr. Franz Mesmer.
That's actually pretty interesting. I had that very same technique come to me in a dream about some kid from middle school/high school.
Interesting.
He was a racist mainland Chinese kid, but I never laid my hands on him because he was physically inept. In my dream everyone saw how much of a cock he was and we punished him.
There is an interesting thing. Dreams.
You'll stay with me always, n'est-ce pas?
Dreams have a sense of, especially when you're dreaming them, being real, right?
Without you, mon ami, I'd be all alone.
Yes.
This box is covered in astronomical symbols. It's no use. I can't get it open. I should show this to Monsieur B.
Emotions are actually, for whatever reason, stronger in dreams than they tend to normally be in real life. Not always, but tend to. And this can be both good and bad. Somebody who has a good dream can go and have this sense of peace or happiness help carry them through part of the day. Likewise, there are people who can undergo a traumatic event in a dream and have it haunt them for days thereafter as though they actually went through the event. And people can say, oh, but it didn't really happen. And it's like, no, it didn't actually happen. But it's still something that was so emotionally intense and you have the memory of it occurring that it still torments you for however long after, right? I, Victor de Riquetti, Marquis de Mirabeau, request that you contact the Intendant of Police of the City of Grasse to have my daughter Louis Marquis de Cabri taken to the convent on Rue Tracastel. He shall entrust her to the care of the Visitation Sisters, who will ensure that she spends the rest of her life with them in prayer and contemplation. It is at this price that the poor woman shall be able, God willing, to wash away the blight on her soul. So Mirabeau had his daughter arrested and turned into a nun. Description reads, to the attention of the Lieutenant General de Police. So even though it isn't as strong as a dream, if you keep telling these different stories that, you know, in your head, it goes and it calms down your mind, because it's like a, I want to say that like a bad memory or a traumatic event is like an itch, right? And you start scratching it, and the more that you scratch it, the more it gets inflamed. The more it sticks in your brain, the more you end up thinking about it, and it becomes this nasty spiral where eventually you're just like tearing up your skin and making it worse, and it doesn't go away. But when you can invert that cycle and start calming it down, I mean, you can try and ignore it the way you can ignore something that itches, and then, you know, it will still improve. But if you have something else that it needs, you know, whether it be like lotion or an anesthetic or whatever, and you start administering that, then eventually the itch itself goes away and you treat whatever the problem is. And yeah, if you can't learn anything else from this whatever incident it was, then the only thing you can give your mind is the calm of some form of resolution. And you know, again, because it's not as strong as actually having it happen or dreaming it, continuing to drip feed it these little good feelings and fantasies, essentially. It goes and it gives that part of your mind this sense of like, okay, it's done, it's resolved in a way that makes me happy.
Balsamo. So that is the name that the Comte de Cagliostro uses to conduct his business discreetly.
I, Louis, King of France, and whatever by the grace of God permit Monsieur Giuseppe Balsamo, alias Joseph Balsamo, born in Palmero on the 2nd of June, the year 1743, to use the name and title of Alexandre Comte de Cagliostro with full rights in all circumstances. Okay.
This notebook appears to be very old. I should show it to Abbe Gregoire.
Only a scholar who is well versed in ancient tongues could decipher this ancient document. Monsieur le Comte, I regret the unforeseen difficulty of which you have informed me. If we do not put an end to it soon, the smooth running of our operations could be impeded. If, as you claim, the dancer has indeed left St. Cloud for Paris, if she is attacking our machines with the facility you describe, I demand that you discover as soon as possible the nature of the malfunction that allows her to ignore the orders she was given and learn why she has turned against us. Try not to lose my trust. Louis.
I've had two nightmares that stuck with me, but the realm of the idea sphere was too ridiculous to take seriously. LOL. I have recently in the past 3 years been able to kind of control the flow and narrative of my dream.
It's good that, like you said, you have that like distance, because it is goofy that you can step away from it. Because that definitely makes it easier to manage. Okay, do we have any unfriendlies around here? Yep, there's one. There's two. Not seeing any others, so hopefully that's all that there is.
This one reoccurring thing I think everyone experiences is when a certain character in a dream turns into a different person but retains the same role, and that's when I can start making it my own.
That's cool that you can identify that. A lot of dreams kind of play out almost in like, I guess the simplest way to put it is like you're in a role-playing game, but you don't have that layer of separation between yourself and the character, right? You've been dropped into this position, this role, and everything you see you take like as fact at face value. For example, somebody who is an adult of any age may have a dream that they are back in high school and, you know, haven't prepared for a test. And this doesn't make sense because, you know, they haven't been there for a long while, but that's just what's going on in the dream. So they kind of accept it, again, as though, like, that is fact. And, some part of my brain stays active on, like, the thinking level that I normally operate at, which I guess is, well, it's unusual for most people to start with, but it's also one of the reasons I think why my sleep is so shitty, is because like many times, not always, but many times I can wake up and I can tell how long I've been asleep. Some part of my brain keeps ticking. I'm like 90% asleep, but I'm not always, you know, there's a little something that's still running there. And there are definitely points where I have a dream where something is occurring. Again, same scenario. I'm back in high school and I'm supposed to be taking a test. And I'm panicking over it. And then something kind of clicks over in the back of my head and I go, wait a minute. How long have I been out of school? Why am I here? And then everything just starts to fall apart. Unfortunately, I can't control it. I've tried to lucid dream a lot. And when I've managed to identify it, it only briefly can I do anything, and then I immediately wake up. But those sort of logical, informational,
interesting
shortcomings, I recognize those, and as time has gone on, that happens more and more frequently.
You saw this Monsieur Balsamo giving orders to the machines.
Bien sûr. I saw him walk through the gate to his workshop, just a few paces from here, accompanied by a dozen automats. They made no move to attack him. Oh no. Bien contraire, they were acting like his bodyguards.
Oh, that's right. I need to... Okay. Yeah, all I need to do is get back to the carriage now. Are there any goodies up here for me to take advantage of?
The only way I really came up with control of a dream is like very lightly touching a record that is spinning. The record has its own flow and order, and to disrupt it too much is to wake up, but to lightly skim it is to influence it.
Yeah, and that's a good way of putting it. There is this sort of sense of balance, and the very small amount of play that I've had when I'm dreaming is if I make changes too drastic too quickly, then it all just kind of falls apart. But even then, that's a little problematic. There have been plenty of points where, you know, I just realize suddenly, oh, I'm dreaming, and then that's it, I'm up. Okay, and we are almost at the top of the hour for the stream, so it is break time. BRB.
yet it would check out I show up when he's on break lol. Gotta respect that hourly recovery. Yeah, just saying I have bad timing lol. I always show up during the break too lol. I feel ya.
Okay, I'm back. Lacan, hello. Yeah, usually when somebody comes in or there's a raid, it's always when I'm on break.
How's your night, man?
It's going okay, all things considered.
He takes a longer than most break every hour, so it's actually pretty common for anyone to show up at a break time every so often. Also hello.
Also hello,
A
B.
B.
There was this place I was working at. My boss got a separate phone for me to use for work, and somehow, don't know what it was, he would end up calling when I was in the bathroom, and several times he would get pissed and like, why aren't you picking up? It's like, dude, I was taking a shit. Whoops. And he's like, well, you're supposed to have your phone on you. So, all right, whatever. So there was one point some serious shit went down, and I had to get a hold of him right away, and he was on like vacation or something. I don't remember what exactly. Anyway, I was like, man, he won't pick up. What the hell? And I was like, I know. So I take the phone with me, and I go into the bathroom. And sure as shit, yeah. Then the phone rings, and it's like, okay, so I can use this rule to my advantage as well.
How goes the Clockwork Souls like?
I'm really enjoying it. I'm having what seems like a much easier time with it than...
Also, suddenly this reminds me of Irothil.
I don't even know what that is. But I feel like I'm having a much easier
If
time.
you don't know what Irothil is, your next game should be Dark Souls 3.
Okay.
Monsieur B.
I feel like I'm having a much easier time with this than I have with any other Souls-like. Granted, I've only played Remnant from the Ashes, Sekiro, some of Dark Souls 1, and some of The Surge.
I found this box with astronomical symbols on it. I believe it belongs to Vaucanson's daughter.
Athenais' secret box. I built it with my own hands. It was my gift to her on her 15th birthday.
I wasn't able to open
How
it.
to put it?
Naturellement. Athenais and I are the only ones who know how. Allow me. You must arrange the planets the way they were aligned on the day of Athenais' birth. Voila, like this.
What's this locket?
Athenais is always wearing this. It contains a portrait of her late mother. She said it was her most cherished possession in all the world. To think, the poor child never knew her own mother.
I don't know if I'm just getting better. I don't know if it's because this has a bunch of elements that I do like. Or if this is just easier than other Souls-likes.
Lydia! You monster! What did you do to her?
Sekiro is a Souls-like, but only very loosely. It was almost designed intentionally to be anti-Souls-like in a lot of ways. I think because the Miyazaki knew that after 4 or 5 games players are used to dodge rolling and hugging the ass, so he went out of his way to make it all out of parrying and make straight dodging most attacks much more difficult. Enemy tracking is better.
It is just as I feared.
He bound her spirit to
Surge, I'd actually argue, is somewhat harder than DS1, almost certainly.
It is her spirit that animates you, is it not?
Yes,
Really?
I believe so.
Seigneur, quelle abomination. It is vital that you go and find Athenais as soon as possible.
She is right in front of you. I am Athenais.
DS1 is rough, especially Ornstein and Smurf, but Surge could get fucking dumb with it.
Nothing of Athenais, Lydia. Nothing of her past, her joys, her suffering. Nothing of her love for her father. You are but the vessel that harbors the poor child's soul.
It's rough, especially that and that, but Surge should get fucking dumb with it. I mean, to be fair, I haven't played much of either, but I felt like I was...
Like once I got far enough in the game, I'm literally fighting bucket loaders and shit, I was done.
I need to go back and I need to give both of them a try. Or more of a try.
Like, huge ass bucket loaders.
Why was Eugène de Vaucanson
I'm not even joking.
Bastille?
Once he discovered the king's true intentions, he refused to continue cooperating with him. He refused to use his talents to create this abominable army. But the king didn't take kindly to his resignation.
Like, it sounds ridiculous, like I'm making shit up.
Here,
But no.
take it.
I don't know if I remember what the bucket loaders are.
Where can I find Athenais' body?
God only knows. Although I assume that the Comte de Cagliostro is taking pains to keep her alive. This is certainly the only way to keep her spirit alive in you. The only way to free her is to find her body.
My dear Bae, I am writing you in secret in great haste. May God protect the mechanical messenger I am sending to you with this letter. They have taken...
What other Souls-likes did you play?
They've taken me prisoner and have made no secret of the fate. In store for me, I'm to be sent to be a Steel, where they intend to force me to reveal my final secrets. Luckily, Atanias was able to escape. They'll certainly try to hunt her down. Go to her rescue if you can. If she falls into their hands, they will use her as an instrument of blackmail. But rest assured, they will not get anything more out of me, even if it means giving up my life. Your friend Eugene. Or Eugene. Also, I forgot to open the window. It's getting warm in here, but I'll wait on that until it's either the next break or when I really need it. So DS1, The Surge, Sekiro. What else? Oh, Remnant from the Ashes. Which I was fucking stubborn on that one. I don't know if you remember it when I was playing it, but there's that one boss that kind of like, all I can remember, the best I can come up with is this like...
yeah, Remnant was a very decent Souls-like.
It was like fighting this kind of like Egyptian mummy lord thing in this tomb, which is kind of an optional boss fight. I guess he's supposed to send you out into this other world to do something, and I didn't want to do it. So I tried again and again and again, and I refused to do the mission, and I did manage to beat that guy without having to do that other part of the game.
Can I help you, Aegis?
What is the significance of these objects steeped in memories?
Nemes.
I was gonna say, that's a completely valid way to play through the game. That's the way I did it my first playthrough, LOL.
To that fateful day in ancient Greece when some dark magician took it into his head to bind...
And I was glad because it let me skip one of the shittiest areas, LOL.
There's nothing more diabolical, nothing more unnatural than this sorcery. The soul is the very essence of the divine. It refuses to submit to such an abomination and resists, eventually breaking.
I still later went back to do it because I wanted to, but boy oh boy am I glad I waited till later, LOL.
When a soul is fragmented, 3 shards of memory are torn from its consciousness and take shelter in 3 objects that the victim held dear. It's as if these memories wish to remain bound to the mortal who had held them until then.
I'm a little curious as to what that area is, but at this point I don't want to know, I think.
I found this notebook written in Latin.
Indeed.
So yeah, I would actually argue that Surge and Remnant set you up more for success than Sekiro.
Aegis, what a find. This handwriting, I would recognize it anywhere. It's in Nicholas Flamel's own hand. Give me some time to study this, and I'll tell you what I'm able to glean from it.
Have you finished reading the notebook, mon père?
Yes, Aegis. And what I learned from it puzzles me. In this diary, Flamel tells of 3 journeys. 3 journeys into what he calls the in-between.
Oh, it's not like super hard or anything, just a swamp area. Souls has conditioned me to hate swamps, even if they aren't particularly dangerous.
It's where Cagliostro's victims were trapped until I freed them.
En effet, I believe you're right. But that's not all. Flamel planned to return there a 4th time. He wrote this in the final paragraph, in his handwriting, dated 21st
Because in every From Software game there is a swamp and it is poisonous.
Died, Aegis. What if his body died while his soul was traveling through limbo? What if he were trapped, a prisoner in this purgatory? Aegis, because of your unique nature, we have an incredible opportunity.
What do you mean, mon père?
So even though it wasn't poisonous in Remnant, I hated it, LOL.
Vessel, then it can be separated from it too. And if this were the case, the soul would travel to purgatory, where Cagliostro entraps the souls of his victims.
Hold on. Are you trying to convince me to go and find Nicholas Flamel?
I'm offering you a chance to speak to the man who discovered the Philosopher's Stone. Surely you won't pass it up.
Assuming I agree to venture into purgatory, do I even have a chance of finding him there?
Certainly. According to this journal, the soul flies to the zenith of the place where it left the body of the deceased. Or that of the pilgrim, in this case. If Flamel's soul is trapped in purgatory, as we've guessed, you'll need to go to the house where he drew his dying breath.
Is it still standing?
Of course. It's on Rue de Montmorency, in the Quartier de l'Hôtel de Ville. You can get there via the cemetery of the Église Saint-Jacques.
And how do you plan to free my spirit from this automat?
We would simply need to break the bond between them. To do this, we would need to stop your machinery. For a short time, of course. We don't want to lose you, ma chère. As for the rest, it will be a question of mechanics, chemistry, or electric currents, or something or other. Therein lies the problem. This is far beyond my comprehension. But it is fascinating, isn't it? Perhaps Monsieur Bailly and Monsieur Lavoisier could shed some light on the matter.
Goodbye, mon père.
I feel like Lavoisier would be the better option for this. So we'll talk to him first. That's him. Even though it wasn't poisonous remnant. Oh yeah, that like trauma engagement.
Monsieur Lavoisier.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Do you think there is any way to interrupt my internal clockwork?
To what end?
I would like to briefly sever the bond between my spirit and this automat.
It is a very strange request, madame. For what purpose do you seek to free your soul from its shell?
According to the abbot, my spirit would then be able to visit purgatory.
Oh, that dreadful place. Why on earth would you want to go there?
I hope to find answers to some very important questions.
You must understand, madame, that your very nature is a mystery to us. We are ignorant as to the principle that imbues you with life, nor do we know how your machinery works. That is why it is impossible for us to make even the slightest alteration. It would mean taking an unacceptable risk. Of course, if we had documents that could shed light on the matter.
Antoine, the blueprints.
What blueprints, mon ami?
Oh my god.
Claudius. Eugène gave them to me when he was working on the modifications ordered by the king. He wanted my opinion on the potential for reducing the size of certain key parts. The documents are obsolete now, but they could tell us quite a bit about the mechanical principles that are shared by Ludia and Aegis.
Bon sang, you're
I'm
right.
almost
Where are the
positive that
blueprints
is
now?
goddamn
The
Urianger.
situation is not in our favor. I kept them in the safe at the observatory, but earlier, when I went there to collect my most important documents, before setting off for the convent, I found looters making off with its contents.
Blasted scavengers. Their kind are always quick to make the most of chaos.
I chased them to the quays, but was unable to apprehend them. When they disappeared into an underground passageway under the Louvre, I decided it was best not to follow them.
You acted wisely, mon ami. The automats are everywhere, and the marauders don't stand much of a chance.
I'll try to track them down.
Who you're naming there? I am unfamiliar.
Goodbye, Monsieur Lavoisier.
And real quick, we're going to try and head back to St. Cloud. Because there might be... something I missed earlier since I didn't have the grapple hook.
He's one of my favorite characters in FCIV.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's right. I did try going back here once before, and it put me on the other side of the river, and I wasn't able to progress because of certain issues. I may still not be able to, but I have since got several pieces of equipment that might make it possible.
He's known for being incredibly verbose, somewhat known for subterfuge when necessary, even if against friends.
Okay, that gate is locked, and I don't think I have enough Okay, I cannot cross the bridge with a regular jump, but I might be able to dash it.
Like a double agent sort of situation.
Okay.
But anyway, I looked it up, and it is.
Cool.
Timothy Watson.
Oh, fuck. I didn't realize it could shoot through the fence there. Okay.
He was also in the Dragon Age games.
I have not played any of those, unfortunately.
And Xenoblade.
Or that.
The Mysterious Stranger in Sea of Thieves.
I have played Sea of Thieves, but I'm not sure who the stranger is. Unless he's the, like, pirate who gives you quests once in a while. But it's been so long, I don't remember. Essence of a revolutionary spirit. Roma's partisan? Nope, don't care. If it doesn't have counterattack, I don't want it. Grenade, okay. Oh! Mini boss surprise. Okay. Come on, buddy. All I want to do is light you on fire. Come on! This is taking too long. Whoops. An old key. Cool. Just what I was hoping for. Cutting it kind of close there. Some bronze, alright, cool. And this should be able to let me go back. I can cross the bridge. Hit the carriage and use the key on the gate, hopefully? Oh, I need to check. Upgrades, weapons. I still haven't got... No, okay. I need Oralchem. Then I can upgrade that to level 5 as well. Awesome. Oh, hey, we're back here. Oh. These enemies are new. I'm not familiar with them. Okay, they suck, but they're not awful. Travel to Paris. Because that's what we originally used to travel to Paris. Okay. Blocked. Maybe we can open it from the other side. Doesn't matter though. Where I'm trying to go is up ahead here. You're back towards the start of the game. Oh, is it gonna make me... Okay, I went down a slope. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to actually get back up there, though. Yeah, that was it. I don't know what else to do. Unless there's some way to get around to the other side of this. It says blocked, and usually that means you can open it somewhere else. Oops. Not seeing anything that suggests that. Oh, wait a minute, what's up there? Okay, that's blocked. The top of that tower on the hill is where I'm trying to get to, hopefully. Because that is what has the item I couldn't grab before. Okay, I guess this was just a big old waste of time. Fuck. Alright, let's go back to the carriage. I feel like I wasted so much time there. The other night I was saying I wonder how much of the actual like structure and architecture and I wonder how accurate these locations are to real life. If they continue to make other games like this that take place in certain parts of history, it would be cool to have it, you know, mirror what's actually there or was there. Okay. The blueprints should not be too far off.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't know that. What do you mean? Is this set in our world?
This is an alternate timeline taking place during the French Revolution.
So this is set in Boston.
Huh? No. This is set in Paris in 1789.
Oh, okay. I only vaguely remember my history regarding that time. But either way, that makes this game way cooler.
I don't know how many of the you know, figures that were interacting with the nobles like Bailly and Lavoisier and such. I don't know how many of them were actually real. I was never big on history, and of course, being a dumb fucking American, our schools don't teach much beyond American history.
Well, at least that Antoine guy is. Because when I was trying to look up the voice actor for that character, I got the Wikipedia page for the real person, LOL.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good way to find that out. Oh, there's an item I missed. heaven forbid, I step and, you know, clip through part of the side of the boat. Like where I was running through right now, I believe that was the Louvre. And, oh, cool underground thing. That's interesting. Apparently I broke some crates and they just stayed like that. It's like modern art. Great.
Haha, I mean Dark Souls physics does that sometimes, so it's all expected. In Souls-likes, both time and physics are convoluted.
Night night, trumpet boy.
Bon Dieu, boss. It hurts. It hurts.
Steel yourself, Claude. Just be thankful you got out alive.
I'm still in pretty bad shape.
Et puis quoi? Don't you think it was worth it? This tunnel is a gold mine. With what we've managed to gather, we'll be set for a long time.
Monsieur.
Huh? Who goes there?
Oh, so, let's get the hell out of here. Run, Claude. Run if you can.
Oh, my lure. I told you we get caught.
Also, the fact you haven't played Elden Ring is a fucking crime.
I mean, I'm not super big on Dark Souls games. Floating
You've
lantern.
played so many other Souls-likes, but you haven't played what may be the king daddy of them all, probably for years to come.
Well, if it's that big of a deal, then maybe. Oh, fucking spider boxes.
Also, this literally is Dark Souls combat, LOL. Like, I could very easily mistake this for Dark Souls 1 at first glance.
I don't know, because when I was playing Dark Souls 1, it was so clunky and slow. I mean, that's part of the issue for me with Dark Souls 1 is like...
Until I realized that the stamina bar and health bar are in the lower left for some reason. Well, that's because it's DS1, LOL.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, though, or one of the reasons, like, why I have such an issue with it. It's because everything is
The
so...
Souls genre has evolved since that very first game, LOL.
I know. It's just, it is so slow. It feels like if you don't have your attacks lined up, like... you need to pre-plan your stabs and
so
make
you
reservations.
have to deal with a certain amount of jank if you want to play it.
It's not...
But since the Souls series isn't at all story heavy, you can effectively skip it.
It isn't just jank, it's just so slow. Like, if you want to make a decent attack, you need to plan it out in advance and book a fucking reservation to land that hit. It's... No, like...
That's what I'm saying, LOL. A lot of the combat is faster in the 2 and 3, LOL.
Where the fuck am I going from here?
There are some folks who prefer 1 because of the slower combat, but most people prefer 2 and 3 specifically because the combat is faster and more fluid.
Is this where I came from? Yeah, this is where I just was. Where the hell am I supposed to go?
Two and 3 are closer in speed to the Surge than DS1.
Okay.
The looters from the observatory. Poor souls. They didn't stand
This
a
game is
chance.
closer to Bloodborne and Sekiro in terms of combat speed.
Talk about
This is actually
gatekeeping,
kind
am I
of
right?
hilarious now that I think of it. This game is what happens if the Surge and Bloodborne have a baby.
Yeah, I guess it kind of is, huh? Burn everything! Oh, that's one of the things that's nice about this. Enemies deal collateral damage to other enemies. So having them all grouped up there, when the big guy swings, he hits the other two.
Very nice. I was very happy they added that to Elden Ring as well, at least for larger enemy types.
In this one, it doesn't matter. Any enemy can hit another enemy. Not just with physical attacks, but elemental attacks too. When you have those like serpent things and they breathe fire everywhere, if there's another enemy walking past...
So you can lure like giants over to groups of enemies and dodge out of the way to watch the giant murder them, lol.
Fortunately, they are in perfect condition. Monsieur Bailly will be delighted.
Any enemy can hit another enemy. I mean, it's easier with the big ones, or the ones that like spin around and do a bunch of like area damage. But it doesn't really matter. Like,
And sometimes magic attacks also. But yeah, it's super cool that the game is built around that mechanic here. That's far more fair, I feel.
yes.
That always bugged me in Souls games, lol.
Especially with the way that combat is set up here. Like, if you're facing a single opponent, fine, cool, whatever. But when you're facing multiple opponents and trying to like swap targets, it is such a fiasco. Like Sekiro, I want to say that as long as you parry any hit that hits you, you will deflect. But in this, you have to be facing the enemy that is doing the attack. If you're faced away from them, you won't magically whip around and block it the way that, if I remember correctly, you will in Sekiro.
Well, I mean, Sekiro also has a hard mode that nobody tells you about.
Is it like a new game plus? I don't really remember. Dear Monsieur, here are the blueprints you asked
Something
for.
about taking something off or whatever that they put on you at the beginning, or something that they don't tell you about makes it so you don't take chip damage while deflecting. I forget exactly how it works.
Fortunate fate, you say. The poor devils probably did not deserve such a definitive end. What would they have done with these documents? By the grace of God, Monsieur Lavoisier and I have been able to learn the valuable information from them. We have looked at the archaic timer system that Monsieur Faucon used to set the duration of Ludia's dances. We are certain that this device is still in place. If we reverse it, we set an inactive time during which your spirit would be separated from your mechanical body. However, for you to be able to do this without our help, we must make one modification to your design. We must install a pin that you can remove at the appropriate time. Please return it to blah blah blah. Okay. Hmm. I really need a pee. Alright. BRB. Sorry about that. I had to take a little more than a pee, if you get what I'm saying. That to the display. Okay.
Monsieur B. Here are the blueprints you asked for.
Good heavens. You found them.
Your thieves were not able to profit much from their theft. They met with an unfortunate end.
Oh, the poor souls. Their crimes did not deserve...
Certainly. Let us look at these documents.
No, Antoine, the F-wheel is not part of the cog that transfers the driving force to the escapement.
Diable, you're right. It's driven by the B-wheel, and its axis is on the shaft that's visible at this point.
Precisely. In fact, the shaft sits between the conical bearing and the small groove here. See?
True. It's decided then. All we would have to do is separate these two plates
and to put them back in place at the agreed time to start the machine again.
You will not be able to assist me.
You must be joking.
By no means.
Unfortunately, madame, you're asking...
Oh, ça, par exemple.
Once your spirit is untethered from this automat...
Hold on, my dear Antoine. Is this device in figure 4?
Yes, it is.
Oh, so... It's a timer.
The dial has marks from 1 to 15. Probably minutes.
It was to allow Eugène to plan the duration of Ludia's dances in advance.
Oh, I see. And by reversing the position of this peg in the center, we could instead turn it into a period of inactivity.
Nous y sommes, mon ami. Fantastic. We'll make it easier for her. All you have to do is put a bolt there that she can remove when the time is right. Yes, a small iron rod will suffice. When the timer dial reaches 0, however, given the dial's fragility, we will probably get only one chance to try this.
Are you sure that the bond between my soul and...
Ma foi, What do you say, mon père?
Don't be afraid, Aegis. Unless I've been wrong from the beginning, your soul will seek refuge in the only body it...
Well then.
Let's begin.
Voila. Everything is in... When it's time, just pull on this metal loop to start the timer.
Remember, you will have 15 minutes and no... We wish you good luck.
Remember, to get to Rue de Montmorency, you're best going through the cemetery behind the Église Saint-Jacques. Here is the key to the gate. Our prayers are with you.
Ooh, that was a good crunch. Going back to what you were saying earlier, Lacan, I do know that when you do a successful parry, not just a block, you don't take chip damage unless it's something that has like a special effect, like maybe fire or something like that. It does increase your stagger meter a little bit, but
That's what I'm saying.
That your stagger meter never actually like overfills until...
Is what is removed, LOL.
Oh, even where blocking, like you don't take damage from fire or elemental effects? Okay. Ooh, there's something up there. How do I get up there? Can I get up there? Whoop! Surprise! My mistake. Okay, let's run back to the Vestal, reset it, and
I looked it up, LOL.
Okay.
Demon Bell in Sekiro, shadows die twice can be rung by the player to increase the difficulty of the game. However, you will be rewarded with better item drops. The effect of the bell can be removed using the bell demon item, which you will automatically receive once you have rung the bell.
Oh, okay. So that just increases...
It makes your game harder by increasing all combat stats of enemies, higher vitality damage, higher posture damage, your posture will be broken easier, higher vitality damage resistance, higher posture damage resistance.
But it doesn't remove the elemental damage like you were saying?
Kuro's charm is a key item in Sekiro, shadows die twice. This item is used in New Game Plus, as well as New Game, providing the player has finished the game and entered New Game Plus at least once, as a protection against chip damage from blocking.
Okay, but it's only in New Game. Alright, so...
How are we doing?
Doing okay, B. Speeding through some areas by running past enemies, but other than that, doing alright.
Returning the charm to Kuro at the start of the game unlocks the path of further hardships, increasing the difficulty. Most noticeably, blocking attacks now causes Sekiro to take chip damage unless he perfectly deflects, and there is a general increase in difficulty, but EXP and Sen rewards from enemies is increased by 20%.
Okay. Monsieur Landrin, please come in and fill the hole next to my establishment as agreed. You should know that looters have used this passage once again to plunder the reserves stored in the cellar of my establishment. This distressing situation requires your immediate attention. Emil
So there's
Cotton,
two ways to make
Steve
Sekiro
Merchant.
considerably harder. Both getting rid of Kuro's charm and ringing the bell.
Okay.
Monsieur.
Zoons! Praise be to the Holy Mother of our Lord, at last thou speakest! Gentle dame, you have erred here for so long, not a word uttered. In singular contemplation of such terrible slaughter.
A long time, you say? That's not possible, sir. I've just now appeared to you.
Nay, thou must trust me. And thou wast hardly alone in this temple. There were many travelers, stiff and silent, all in agony, all bound to the anchor stone.
The anchor stone, monsieur?
Lapis philosophorum.
The philosopher's stone.
Aye! Vile knave who took it for his own lately. No count is he but that of trespass and perfidy.
Cagliostro.
Well met. The rope for this varlet and I shall be avenged. The anchor stone keeps the travelers in this limbo and makes them masters of the Iron Titans. From the defunct springs the fire that burns inside these demons. Lanterns of the dead. Witchcraft of the blackest sword.
What travelers do you speak of?
The first to arrive was a sobbing child searching for his mother. After him, many a damned soul carrying their own heads in hand. Then those whose thoughts passed through me. A minister of God tormented by doubt.
Hold on. A minister of God? Monseigneur de la Fare?
A scholar with soul star-filled, and a learned master of alchemy.
Monsieur Bailly and Monsieur Lavoisier.
A usurer who shed so many tears for his lady.
Monsieur Necker, mourning his wife.
All bound to the anchor stone. Wretched souls, their ascension to the heavens repelled.
The terrible slaughter.
I knew I recognized that BA. That's Lady Desardet from Greedfall.
Innumerable crimes. The devil's own accursed titans and their restless horde. They drinketh from the lake where the souls of the dead sleep. Men and women offered in sacrifice to feed the pyre. Then the terrible maw was opened, and in flowed legion of the dead. Ne'er hast I seen such and so many here during all my stay. The stone is verily mine dark confine, longly, so lonely that mine vessel is no more, and my soul still cloistered in this place. Alack, I do despair of ever ascending to heaven. Gentle dame, I prithee do shatter mine stone.
You want me to break the stone that contains your soul? Is that what you're asking me to do?
Aye, my God, I beg thee.
Do you know where this stone is? You've been buried for more than 3 centuries, monsieur.
The precious jewel, sublime treasure, was inscribed in my legacy, my testament. On my tomb engraved, gentle dame, on the tomb!
What a strange encounter. I must tell Abbe Dubois about it immediately.
I was expecting there to be like some kind of big boss battle. I'm glad it was just like a plot, like story progression. The soul of the liberated body suffers no earthly want. The lapis philosophorum fulfills his least desire. The happy pilgrim of limbo covets not the gold of villainous, vainglorious, tristful princes. Death no longer dreads nor mourns the desolate fleshy existence in this. The supernal anchor stone is the greatest treasure. Parchment, should ever misfortune befall me, I prithee, Ambrosian Roland, my brave disciples, to seal shut mine office forever. Take not a thing, nor move the slightest effect, nay, construct a wall so that none shall ever again set foot here. Silence our learned knowledge, ever so perilous in the hands of the ignorant. Pray to God that in his grace he will forgive the poor sinner who has gone to his eternal rest. Your master, Nicholas Flamel. The perfect, the imperfect will be purified. From the sun, father of all metals, and from the moon, the mother, comes magisterium. Only that which has been brought back to its first matter may be transmuted of the philosophers, sulfur and mercury. A wise man will not work like a blind man in doubt and darkness. Okay. Can't even go that way. Cool. We'll pop in here just in case that's needed to save. I think the saves are automatic, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'd rather be safe than lose that progress. No fast way back, eh? Hooray. Well, hey, that's what I was trying to break earlier. Cool. If I would have known I was going to face some enemies and not a boss, then I would have taken my time through that last area, but... oh well, here we are.
Can I help you, Aegis?
The plan worked as we had hoped. My spirit left my body, and I traveled to the in-between.
This is extraordinary. It confirms all my theories.
You were right about the rest, too. Nicholas Flamel's soul had never left the in-between.
Mon Dieu, 4 centuries. What a fearsome fate. Were you able to speak with this unfortunate soul?
Yes, mon père. He claimed that I'd been in purgatory for a long time, but had never spoken until then.
Please, go on.
He said he had met other visitors. Based on his descriptions, he was speaking of Monseigneur de la Fare, Minister Necker, Monsieur Bailly, and Monsieur Lavoisier. They all seemed unaware of his presence. All bound to the Anchor Stone. Those were his words.
All those whom Cagliostro turned into his homicidal playthings. Yes, it is just as I thought. The subject has the impression of being the automat it is bound to, but his soul remains in the in-between world.
Mon père, Monsieur Flamel begged me to free him from purgatory. He has suffered.
I know Mon means my, so it sounds like her pet name for him is my peer.
We would simply have to break his stone.
Of course, the philosopher's stone. The anchor stone that keeps him in the in-between. But where could it be after all this time?
Look at this, mon père. These are philosopher's stones made by Cagliostro's hand. Do they look familiar?
Heavens, they do. Aegis. The ancient chalice of Saint-Jacques is adorned with a similar stone. It was entrusted to me by the parish priests, along with some other relics. I stored it in a reliquary chest in this very room. Here's the key. Go. Let us not waste a second more.
Goodbye, mon père.
Oh, crap. Hold on. Oh, for crying out loud.
Also, just fun fact. The French word for potato is pomme de terre.
Oh yeah, dirt apple.
Which translate to apple of the earth. Dirt apple, I like that more.
Yeah, I got into a kind of an argument with a friend of mine over that one. That's one of those kind of like tormentous memories of mine. The guy's really rather smart, except he thinks that because he's so intelligent, he knows fucking everything. He was saying, like, man, the French language is so fucking stupid. Like, their word for
oh, my favorite kind of person. Not.
Yeah. I forget what he said exactly. It was something like, you know, their word for potato is apple. And I was like, no, it's not just that. He was like, you know, I was like, yeah, it's pomme de terre, and oh, it was back inside, And I literally walked through it with him for a moment, like, okay, pomme means apple, and he's like, yeah. And it was like, terre means, you know, earth. And he was like, yeah, and it was like, so that means apple of the earth. And he was like, no, it means apple. And it was like,
here it is.
4 centuries, Aegis. 4 centuries. No mind can begin to comprehend what this poor man has suffered.
Is this the fate that awaits us? An eternity of silence and solitude?
Purgatory is just a stop on the journey, Monseigneur.
Oh, I would give anything to believe it again.
Monsieur Flamel, the time has come to set you free.
Seigneur, Dieu nous garde.
Oh, blessed maid who has broken my chains! Heavenly light! Oh, heavenly light! I shall become one with it!
Et cum hae dixis et videntibus illis elevatus est.
And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up.
To hold yourself higher means you must also look down on others, and I have a hard time with even fictional characters that have that trait.
Before I say anything, I would like to take the time to consider the phenomenon we have just witnessed with a clear head.
You are mistaken. What we have just seen and heard makes us new apostles. From this day on, I will live only to share the good news of this divine manifestation.
That is all well and good, Monseigneur. Alas, I will not be able to join your apostolate, for there is no mission more vital than the one we are undertaking. At a moment when the tyrant aims to annihilate his subjects, I have a duty to put deeds before prayer.
No matter how much somebody knows, it is important that they always bear in mind that they could have been given misinformation, or new evidence comes to light that could change what are currently established facts. I always love to look at the example of, you know, Pluto no longer being a planet. This, of course, is, you know, omitting the fact that somebody could just outright be mistaken. It's the importance of listening and not just assuming that you are correct. Alright, so with all of that, I think we are finally reaching what might be endgame.
Being humble is something I don't see a lot in the scientific community, TBH.
Yeah, that's true. And to be fair, it isn't necessarily being humble. I mean, that's good. But it's more about the pursuit of truth. And if you're putting your own quote-unquote victory in an argument or in research ahead of that of any other sort of findings or evidence, then you aren't really doing what you're supposed to do as a researcher. Okay, I guess I just can't break those boxes. Guess not. Alright. I forgot to check if we have orichalcum. Nope, we need one. Just one.
A lot of it is towards any sort of faith and philosophy and the stink they raise towards people who follow those paths.
That's also true. I can walk around that way. Okay. Can't break the big barrels. Alright.
Now don't get me wrong, I am first to be a critic to people who lie and abuse power to control and take advantage of. So much organized religion is on the base of using fear and shame. But I am digressing. A lot of science is black and white, things are or are not. But people are not black and white.
Not in that sense, anyway. We got bismuth! Alright, let's go forward a little bit further. Because I don't think we need to be back here. I think this is just a little side area. Yeah, so we can head back to the carriage and get that upgrade. How handy.
Philosophy and spirituality are not always black and white either.
Correct. Oh, we got bismuth. I need orichalcum. God damn it! I'm fucking got all excited for nothing. Wait, can I?
And lot of it can't be proven or are questions that can even be answered. And I don't know, I think a lot about how and why these two sides butt heads.
I mean, if we're really going to get into it, I think part of it comes down to the same reason why people...
And I don't have an answer for this either, but this is why I love stories that feature both magic and science. And them working together.
I think people struggle when something is not an absolute truth.
Balance, duality, blah blah blah. Two different sides of the same coin. But yeah, you are right about that.
I mean, look at how much people freak out when they find something that contradicts canon of a fictitious story. You mean something that happened isn't true? Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all made up. Who cares? None of it's true. But yet, something that is a, for lack of a better term, fictitious fact still drives people fucking nuts.
Mobile walkway leads to the depths of the quarry. I will explore the area and try to find a way to make it work.
I don't know, in my experience, science is only black and white when either A, something has little to no evidence or tenuous evidence at best, or B, something has been peer-reviewed to the point that there's no longer a question or debate as to how something works or what causes it.
Well, it depends. Because, like, to my understanding,
Otherwise, science has a ton of gray area, that's why they do experiments.
There are certain things that even are, like, accepted facts that we still can't prove. And last I understood, one of these was...
Otherwise they wouldn't bother, lol.
One of these was the theory of relativity. We have plenty of evidence that suggests the theory of relativity, but it's still only a theory. And the best evidence we have of this is the way that GPS works. But because we don't have a way of directly observing how GPS functions, only the effects of it.
That's very much a misunderstanding of the difference between how lay people use the word theory, and how scientists use the word theory. But the gray area is seen as something that will be solved eventually. And it constantly happens.
Yeah, I know it does. I'm just saying, like, it's my understanding that even in the scientific community, even though, like, the way that...
In everyday use, the word theory often means an untested hunch, or a guess without supporting evidence. But for scientists, a theory has nearly the opposite meaning. A theory is a well-substantiated explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can incorporate laws, hypotheses, and facts.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, though. Like, everything we have... God damn! I hate these fucking spiders. It is not yet black and white. Like, we cannot definitively say, yes, this exists.
In other words, yes. The theory of relativity is a theory. But that doesn't mean that it is unsubstantiated hypothesis, lol.
That is
It's very
true.
much a well-tested fact.
Yes. Down there, okay.
There are aspects of the theory of relativity we cannot reconcile with quantum relativity, but that's a lot different than what you mean here.
Well, I'm using it as an example. I'm using it as an example that...
That means we have it mostly figured out, but there's something we're missing.
Yes.
That's a whole lot different than making shit up and calling it a fact.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. All I was trying to get at was, like... Again, not everything is as black and white as it seems.
That's not really what he was saying, though. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Science isn't at all black and white, lol. I was arguing with B, not with you, D's lol. They were saying science is often black and white, and I'm like, wait, what? No, it isn't, lol. I said it was mostly black and white. It only becomes black and white when we have so emphatically proven something that it's silly to argue otherwise, lol.
I think what we mostly have here is a difference of semantics, because that is essentially what I was trying to do, was drive home the point that B was making, was like, yes, we have plenty of facts, and like, we have tons of things that we can say, like, it works this way, but it still has gray area that we can't suss out.
Like if you look in quantum mechanics, that is not at all is or is not a type of science. I'm sorry I can't parse that sentence.
Fuck. Why is my timing so off now? God damn it.
quantum mechanics is not a black and white science was what I meant. Okay, and yes, you're absolutely right, LOL.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was, like, maybe I'm using the word semantics wrong, but what I was trying to get at is I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. It's just a communication breakdown.
But again, I'm not arguing with anything D said, LOL. I say you say, squeak B, a lot of science is black and white, things are or are not. Which is why I was saying no, that's not really what it is at all, LOL. There's a ton of gray area. Some things, once they have been proven, are black and white.
Do I need to do? Do I even...
But prior to that there's a ton of experimentation that happens amongst multiple parties, with multiple methods and approaches, multiple ideas about how something works, etc., that are performed. Very little of that black and white. To call science black and white is to disregard everything that lead to the conclusion.
Fuck. I feel like the one thing I'm still really behind on in this game is the number of uses of, like, my health item. I don't know what... Like, am I missing that, or...
There's no way to upgrade it?
There is a way to upgrade it, but you need materials to upgrade it. Much like the Estus flask or the gourd in...
Yeah, but my original argument was the ego that scientists have towards the gray areas.
Like, you can upgrade the number of doses, and you can upgrade the potency, like how much each use gets, but you need the catalyst or the sublimator, and for a while now I haven't found either.
How many scientists do you know? LOL. Like, I mean personally, not those represented in popular media, LOL. I've known a few, and they're generally pretty humble people just excited to either share their field of expertise with others or explore the world. I played FSIV with one or two of them.
That might just be a matter of, like, personal experience. Uh-oh!
So my argument is invalid because of what I have seen how scientists choose to present themselves?
I mean, okay, personally, like, I don't know...
Yeah, but what scientists? Who are these scientists? That's what I'm asking.
It can go both ways. Like, I knew, and it depends on like where you draw the line between researchers and engineers, because I've known a little bit 50-50. Also, we're approaching break time, so I'm going to step away here for a moment. But I worked with a guy who had done work for NASA in cybernetics. He had degrees in AI, in electrical engineering, or I don't know if it could have called them degrees at that point, because it wasn't really a field. But he had experience with biology, electrical engineering, programming, and developing AI. And he was cool. He was really awesome. But I've also known, one of them is actually a client of mine, and the dude was kind of fun, but he definitely had his mindset on certain things. And he and his wife were also kind of just shitheads. Their son was heavily autistic, so once he turned 18, they basically just dumped him into some kind of care facility and didn't want to deal with him anymore. And they... I have mixed feelings about them.
I don't remember the names, but I watched videos and seen their opinions and such.
I mean, it varies. It varies. It definitely is on a person-by-person basis, and you have a good point of bringing that up, Lacan. But it is also definitely true that, like, once something is a quote-unquote established fact that people take as, you know, hard, that it takes twice as much effort to go and, you know, change that. I mean, look at the medical industry. Not just in the past, but even now, there are certain things that people have been saying for years that, after decades, people finally want to listen to.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
But some of them aren't extraordinary, that's the thing. Some of them are quote-unquote facts that people or they're information that people have taken as hard fact for so long that they have trouble overlooking them. The fact that vitamin C really doesn't help when you're sick that much. It's mostly vitamin D. What the hell was it?
And haven't things have been established as fact and been corrected later?
Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing, is, like, everybody needs to keep an open mind. Like, if you have plenty of evidence to contradict what has been a fact, quote-unquote, for so long, then it doesn't matter how long
Absolutely,
it's been around.
LOL. That's why I said that science isn't black and white, LOL.
Yeah, but, I mean, like, that's what I'm addressing, is what B was saying, is you still have, at least in... It depends on which part of the scientific community, but definitely the medical community, certain things that have been established for so long that people do take as fact, and even though there's plenty of evidence out there to support the contrary, because this is quote-unquote been around for so long, it's almost like they give more credence to it because of its age, which is absolute bullshit. And part of this, I believe, ties back to the thing that I was saying about, like, this issue with people, once they have an established fact, they have trouble letting go of it, like the whole, like, Pluto planet debacle. One of the biggest ones right now that I think should be looked at much more closely is the impact that sodium has on blood pressure. Sodium can absolutely raise blood pressure, but in some cases it actually lowers it. And the experiments that were first done to track whether or not sodium has impact on blood pressure were done in the, I want to say, like 60s. And they, the guy, not the entire field, the guy that did these studies injected rats with, I don't remember if it was 16 or 60 times their recommended dose of sodium, and their blood pressure went up. That's a astronomical fucking amount, right? This is fucking pseudoscience is what this dude is doing. But at the time it took off, and it's been around for so long that it still is taken as fact. Yeah, sodium can raise your blood pressure, sure, but the amount that it does is inconsequential unless you're eating massive amounts. And even then, in some cases, there are multiple studies across universities that show, depending on the person, cutting sodium out of a diet can raise your blood pressure. It can have the inverse effect as opposed to taking it. It really depends on the person. It is so crazy to me that this is still treated as an absolute, you need to cut out sodium to reduce blood pressure, when this is not necessarily a fact. There is not enough research done on this. There has to be more. But basing everything that we know about this one dude and the experiments he performed on rats using massive doses of sodium is bullshit. And once a fact is quote-unquote established and just rooted in there so deep, people have a hard time getting rid of it. I mean, hell, look at the 80s, right? And the 80s had this whole thing with diets and how fat makes you fat. Don't eat fat. Fat-free this, fat-free that. Oh, you can eat gummy bears all day. They're fat-free. You won't put on weight. I mean, obviously we know different now. But that took decades to counteract. And that was relatively new. Like, it started being contradicted, like, out the gate. The main point here is people want answers, but if they're not looking at all evidence,
public opinion does not science make, LOL.
No, it does not. But it's not just public opinion. These are things that have been accepted, and some of them still are accepted by the medical community. And what is it going to take to change these?
Yes, it's absolutely true that public opinion is difficult to change once something is an established fact, LOL.
Yeah. So
especially when I made millions off it.
Yes, and that's the other thing is how
people in the medical community are not scientists, LOL.
Now that's true. That is true. They are
medical professionals, LOL.
Yeah. And a lot of that, I mean, I've known... It's break time. I'm going to step away. I really need to pee again. But yeah, the difference between somebody who says, this is the fact, this is what we say, versus like what is
I'm talking about scientists, not people who are professionals who happen to be educated, LOL.
And that's true. Yeah, you do have a point there. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes.
I guess what he was getting at and what I was getting as is that there is still a mindset to science that comes off as black and white, not always in practice. I was getting to where there are people who follow philosophy and some sort of spiritual path, and the attitude towards them is often negative on the science side.
Okay, I'm back. And yeah, maybe part of the term would be, or part of the issue would be that the terminology. Saying scientist is not the best word to describe the situation, but specialists in certain fields, whether it be medical professionals or engineers or...
It seems like the people you're mad at aren't scientists or science in general. You're mad at lay people who do not understand how science works, that it's based upon experimentation and gray area.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at, is like... Okay, that's blocked. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Repair the mobile walkway. It would be like you were saying, like medical professionals. They don't necessarily, do what they...
It's the same reason they had to stop referring to climate change as global warming.
Yeah, because change can be in any direction, not just warming.
Because of every dumb yokel who keeps saying, but why do I have snow this year, her.
Yeah.
And that I can agree with completely.
Roof is too slippery to walk on, okay. But yeah, people, even those who are experts in a certain field, they are doing what they do based on a certain, like, essentially what they've been taught, and...
There's enough gray area in many subjects that not everything is off the table. That said, wiggle room in many subjects is razor thin. It did sound like I was throwing every scientist under the bus, and I will agree that was not the wording I should have gone with.
Yeah, like I said, a matter of terminology and phrasing.
Yeah, and for the record, I wasn't mad. More trying to figure out exactly why you were so mad at scientists.
Well, we have a friend. Can I open that door? Oh, I thought they weren't going to hit me. My mistake.
Especially since many of them are as pissed about lay people being unable to change their old opinions based upon outdated science.
Yeah. Okay, so we can't get in that way. Motherfucker. Okay. Can the big guy fit under there? Hopefully not. No, he can. Shit.
Even if you weren't mad, you did come on really aggressively. Shooting everything either of us were saying down just comes off like that.
Okay.
Here we go. That should work.
I mean, that is how discussion works.
I mean, yes, but it was a little bit aggressive.
I just want to mention that because it does kinda stress us out. If you do not agree with something, you argue against it. It isn't aggressive to disagree, lol.
No, that isn't.
Discussions can be about meeting people halfway too.
I think the big thing was, the way you were talking, you were continually trying to counter instead of what are you getting at. I'd say if you would have opened with something like, why are you so angry at, you know, the scientific community when they, like, you know, deal with shit like that as well, and get pissed off at it, you know.
There wasn't so much a question of what they were getting at. They made their position clear, and it was only after the fact we discovered that they worded their position in a way that made someone else conclude something they didn't mean, lol.
I'm just saying. Like, usually if you approach something with, like, a question of that sort, saying, oh wait, am I in the right? Oh no, I need to get down there.
If I thought there was something to meet halfway on science is black and white, I would have maybe asked what they meant, lol.
Okay.
But there really isn't a question of what they mean there, lol.
Monsieur Marat is hiding somewhere in the depths of this quarry. I will have to use this mobile walkway.
But fair enough. I'll make a point to stay out of discussions unless I agree with everyone involved.
No, that's not at all. It's just a matter of phrasing. Fuck. I believe most of the time when it comes up, it's usually like in relationship counseling, but many conflicts are generated not in oh, they even have one down here. Cool. Let's activate it, but I'm not going to use it right away because I don't want to reset those enemies. There's a lot of breakdown in what is trying to be conveyed. Man, there are tons of these fuckers. If you... Oh, these guys are new. Damn it. If you look at what is the primary point of what is trying to be conveyed versus what is being said.
We are talking about the delivery, not the substance itself.
Yeah.
I know I'm looking back over the conversation and I'm not seeing anything particularly aggressive, LOL.
Well, that's why I'm saying if you look at the idea of being aggressive in a conversation is how something is said. It's not necessarily being like using harsh language. It can be
Yes, I was countering what you were saying, but countering an argument doesn't mean aggressive. No, I didn't give you any ground, but that's because there was none to be given.
Okay. But if you approach a conversation instead of immediately coming up with a counterpoint and saying like, no, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. If you look at the core of what's trying to be conveyed and you ask, why do you feel that way? Then that sidesteps the conflict and gets down to the core matter of, you know, is this really what you're saying, or is what you are saying, or is this really what you are meaning, or is what you are saying something that's adjacent to it?
I mean, why would I assume the person I'm talking to doesn't know what they're saying?
Well, there are plenty of points where somebody says something, but they don't convey it in the best way possible.
Or even think, maybe this person doesn't mean the thing that they just said and are somehow confused. I should ask them to clarify just in case they don't know what they said, LOL. I'm making jokes, but you get what I mean, lol.
I do. I mean, at this point we're splitting hairs, but the main point that, you know, B was getting at was not everything is an absolute. Even many of the things that people take as such are not. There's always circumstance that can change. Oh, fucking... And though the points you brought up were valid ones, I mean, I still got what was being said, even though... Oh, that's a nasty surprise. Hello.
And there's nothing untrue about that statement, and nothing I disagree with there.
Now, boy, they've got these things all over the place in here. Fuck. I don't necessarily want to use it, but I don't want to lose the essence I have right now either. Excuse me.
The rhetorics of our individual lives? But who can be journalistic enough to decipher the literary meanings? But that isn't the statement B made, even if that is what they meant. If that's what they meant, a clarification, which is ultimately what ended up happening, was more in order than trying to justify the position.
Well, yes. But that's why I'm saying, if there's something that seems... counter to what is being made in that statement.
If B just said, "This is what I meant," then I wouldn't have had any reason to disagree, lol.
But that's why I'm saying, if you ask, if you phrase something in a question, because at least for me in a conversation, I'm always looking at what is this person trying to convey, because I'm used to a lot of people not accurately saying what it is they're trying to convey. Or not fully convey, or not fully stating what it is they're trying to convey, assuming that the other party will fill in the gaps, because most people assume their mind works the way that they assume that other people's minds work the way that theirs work. We want more armor, more agility, power, durability, but that's health and balance. I don't care about that too much. It's been a while since we've upgraded Essence. Let's do that.
I am not always great with words, and at the time I was speaking directly to Alex, and he knows me well enough where he can read between my lines even if I don't phrase things well.
And that's also, yeah.
I don't see how it's my fault if they made a statement that implied something they didn't mean. I disagreed, then when it was clear I was disagreeing with something they didn't mean to say, they continued to argue instead of just explaining what they meant, lol. Like, that's not my fault. I'm not a mind reader, I'm afraid, lol. I wish I was though, that'd be cool.
Damn it. What I'm trying to get at here is not you being a mind reader or immediately processing
Like, I'm sorry if I misunderstood, but if you misspeak and mean something other than what you said, it isn't on me to figure that out.
I know. But what I'm getting at is, like, earlier when you said you weren't being aggressive, a lot of people, if they make a statement and then you just say, no, you're wrong, they take that as an aggressive gesture. But if you phrase it in a question, this does multiple things. It not only gives them a chance to reevaluate their own statement and maybe correct themselves, it also takes a step back and furthers the conversation or the discussion in a way that doesn't come off as directly trying to counter or subvert the other conversationalist. But it's a way that carries the same meaning, or can.
You wanting to make a discussion out of it and challenge is not a fault. That's not what we are saying at all. I literally started my argument with I dunno, and in my experience.
It's over for me. The printers was ransacked. I barely escaped from the guards sent to arrest me. I must disappear and hope that things will one day turn to my advantage.
In truth, the timing is excellent. According to my informants, the
Qualifiers that generally indicate this is a casual conversation and there's room for disagreement. If a valid disagreement can be provided,
we can prepare a counter-offensive in peace.
Does the Duke approve of this withdrawal?
that's why I was asking questions like, how many scientists do you know?
Always busy dreaming about his cousin's crown. But I've prepared the terrain. He will let me do as I please as long as I serve.
That wasn't a sarcastic question, lol. It's entirely possible you know a scientist. The internet exists.
And that's true. You are correct. That is... Oh, that's... The bicorn hat is not equipment. It's just an element. Okay.
And it's entirely possible that scientist is an egotistical fuck, lol.
Yes. Yes. But, I mean, you know, at the same time, the wording on that, like, well, how many scientists do you know, does sound very, like, sarcastic and dismissive.
I was leaving plenty of room for valid disagreement or even correction. But instead the argument continued to be science is black and white. Instead of, oh wait, that isn't what I meant. That isn't my fault, lol.
Well, I mean, okay, you're jumping between 2 points here. When we're saying you came off as aggressive, I'm trying to tell you, like, different ways that it could have been worded that may not have been as aggressive. And then as far as saying, well, it's not black and white, no, that is not your fault. The two are separate. Is that... It's... No, I haven't been this way. I don't know what it is about this area, but it is very difficult for me to tell where I have and haven't been. Shit. And I can't grab the ledge. Great.
I'm not seeing why I would logically conclude to ask someone something that they just said when it seems pretty clear, but I'm going to chalk this up to being an autism thing.
Absolutely. And part of why I'm bringing this up is because I do that a lot. And it is through a lot of, simply put, practice that I've essentially learned how to dance around some of these things with that. Not with... What am I trying to say here? It is with a lot of practice that I have learned to deal with things in a way that I will not directly aggravate things like customers. And that's why some of what I'm saying here about like the phrasing on questions or looking at the core of what is somebody saying versus what is the literal wording.
Like someone told me the other day that my typing comes off as aggressive because I use perfect grammar and punctuation.
That is a little bit...
That, for example, if they are feeling less confident about what they are saying, they will go back and use all lowercase letters. Like people literally use some kind of faux body language in text now.
Yeah, and that's...
Like what the fuck even?
That's kind of true.
But it's totally a thing.
There is this odd sort of thing that if somebody is being like confrontational, they will go and they will fuck.
So I guess I just always seem like some kind of goose-stepping Nazi. Because I use periods. And capitalize.
Jesus, no, 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 stop burning, thank you. Fuck me. Bad cat, bad cat, go away, kitty. I thought they were going to be like the regular cats that just weave and attack. I did not expect the fire attacks or... Sorry. So there is this thing that like... The first time I had...
Nitpicking how someone types is def going too far.
Yeah, mostly. There is a certain element. I first ran into this on Tumblr where there was a...
And like, okay. I could get it if it was a thing where they were just too lazy to capitalize shit or whatever. But no. They even said they want back and corrected their autocorrect that made a capital I into a lowercase.
There is a certain sort of... I mean, the best way I can put it is a digital accent that certain people or groups use. And I encountered this the most when I was on Tumblr. Tumblr, at the time, had a large habit of typing all lowercase without punctuation.
Well, no, the context for this conversation was that I somehow didn't understand that I was being real aggressive and they weren't particularly confident with what they were saying because I couldn't read the uppercase or lowercase or punctuation body language thing.
No, wait a minute. Somehow didn't understand that I was being aggressive and they weren't particularly confident with what they were saying. It's one thing.
To me it seems madness, but I talked to several groups about it afterward and the consensus was like, you don't have to like how text language has evolved online, but it has.
It has, and there's a lot of people when like they'll talk very casually, but when an argument comes up, suddenly everything is very precise and big words and whatever. So they might take it as, trying to prove something. But there's also the matter of some people just type like that, the same way that some people just talk a certain way. The way I say, "Oh, dude." That's my dumb Californian accent. And if somebody says, "Why are you calling everybody dude?" It's like, that's just the way I talk. I mean, part of it can be a factor of, what group you're in.
I speak like 10 American dialects for real. Well, that's the thing. This person was arguing that if we were actually speaking casually, I would be using all lowercase letters, no punctuation, and short words or phrases.
Motherfucker. And no, they can't say that because the way you type is the way you type. The same way that the way you speak is the way you speak. And for them to assume, well, if you were being casual about it, you wouldn't type this way. No. Like, if you don't know me, you don't know me. And that's bullshit.
The fact I was using proper grammar, multisyllabic words, etc. was seen as aggressive to them.
And that's, I mean, like, in some circles, especially if they know you. If they know you and your dialogue changes, then yeah, okay, fine. But if they don't, and that's just the way you speak or type, then that's all there is to it. And to say that, oh, you would be doing that? No, that's bullshit. That's...
Like, I don't even know how to use the shorter words sometimes. LOL. The big word is the one that comes to my mind first. LOL.
God damn. Okay.
And that's not an ego thing, that's just how I am. LOL.
No, that's just a matter.
I didn't have magazines growing up.
That's just
or mobile phones. I read the goddamn dictionary on the toilet.
That's just a matter of your vocabulary, and there's nothing wrong there. Everybody talks a little bit different, and that... Another one? I hate... When I first ran into those stupid cats, I hated them. I hated them. And then it was like, you know what? I'm getting stronger. I'm managing how to fight them. No big deal. I run into the exploding cats.
And I spent 6 years as a teenager playing FF11. In that game, the only way to get invited to parties and get EXP was to seem like you had a brain. So if you used any kind of shorthand, if you had any misspellings, etc., in your invite message, you'd be standing around for 6 hours waiting to join a party. So it was literally a matter of survival, learning how to not only type perfectly, but to do so quickly.
And that's fine, you know.
And it's a skill that just stuck.
And that is 100% okay. And I think it is also...
It became how I talk and how I type, LOL.
I think it is underappreciated.
It's not aggressive.
No, that...
MFS aren't like LFG, Raid, on that game. The tricky thing is, tone of voice is difficult to convey with text alone, so people, mostly younger generations, have developed methods to convey tone with habits and quirks in typing. In 11 it wasn't no LOL.
Yeah, and there are certain things that have, but...
Yes, what Squeak said. This was very clearly a younger person. But policing how others type to match that is dumb.
Yeah, if you have somebody who literally, like, everything they you know, speak, like, literally speak is, like, proper Old English, then whatever, that's just the way they speak. It's the same way that, like, you know... If somebody
oh, they weren't policing it.
Well, I mean, in a way it kind of sounds like they were, though, because if they're saying, well, you came off as aggressive because you didn't type the way I typed, then it's like, no.
It was just a thing where they were like, whoa dude, why are you being so aggressive? And I'm like, wait, no, I'm not being aggressive. And they didn't understand why I couldn't understand. Because to them it was completely obvious.
I don't know, there's so much... Maybe if they're really young, maybe if they're, like, really young...
And to me I'm like, this is just how I talk and it's a completely normal thing, I don't know why you are taking me this way, LOL.
And
this thing here feels very similar, LOL.
I can understand that. I can understand that. Oh, jeez, that is... What the hell am I even supposed to do there? I mean, I guess you could call it masking, but all I was trying to do was... trying to come up with a way, a suggestion, of how to word things. To help avoid some of that... Except, oh, no. Okay. In this case, phrasing something as a question is, damn it, dual purpose.
We were giving you our perspective.
It was dual purpose not only to avoid coming off as aggressive, but... asking questions in a certain way can essentially give somebody self-reflection to clarify a point or what they're saying.
And it just felt like it was coming close to a fight because of how you were phrasing your counterpoints, at least to me it was.
Motherfucker!
I mean, I'm sorry you felt that way, but I was not at all mad or anything, lol. If anything, I was fairly amused.
And that's fine. That is totally okay. You know, when I'm throwing this out, all I'm trying to do is suggest ways to avoid conflict.
I thought it was obvious because I was following everything I said with lol and stuff.
God damn it.
The lol came off as sarcastic.
At least for me, putting LOL on there is...
well, that's counterproductive. Like you were laughing at me? For what I was trying to say. I guess maybe I should have used haha. Maybe haha is more casual.
When all else fails, be completely blunt. And
or is that more sarcastic?
Personally, to me, saying haha sounds like you're laughing at someone. When you
I was completely blunt.
Wait. Let me finish that statement. I'm gonna.
And you said I was aggressive.
Let me finish what I'm gonna address the two uses of laughing, and then what I meant by saying be completely blunt. First off, to me, and this is just my personal opinion, if you say haha, that sounds
MF
like,
gaslighting me here, lol.
if you say haha, that sounds like literal laughing, so that to me comes off as condescending. And again, this is me personally. When somebody puts LOL, especially several times in a row, and where you're having something that could be a debate, that signals unease, like that general like awkward laugh, which at least in some of my friends is used to kind of, it's like the person who smiles when shit's going wrong, because it subverts those feelings of unease. It's like trying to quell the aggression. So to me, it sounded like...
Right, exactly. Awkward laugh, not at all aggressive, lol.
Yeah, but the awkward laugh is also one of those things that sounds like it is coming towards a point. When I say be blunt, my ex, she was a social butterfly. She is a great person.
I am confusion.
Give me a moment. She, at one point, told me, if you were to tell me that you were an alien from another planet, I would believe you because you're so brilliant, but you don't understand anything when it comes to, like, talking or dealing with people. And there was one point where she made some kind of a statement. I forget what it was. All I remember is, like, we were in the car, she was upset, and she said this thing. And I asked, are you being serious or are you being sarcastic? And she said, I don't know, what do you think? And I said, I don't know. That is why I am asking you. And then it kind of like clicked over and she went, oh, okay, yes. And then she was like, no, I'm upset. All right. So we continued from there. So if there's ever any point where you feel like things are getting intense, don't fall back on any sort of shorthand. Don't fall back on whatever. Just bluntly say, are you upset? I'm not trying to make you angry. I'm not trying to be, at least that's what I do, which, sometimes you get this, well, it kind of seems like, but I'm making it,
But I'm not the one who felt like things were getting too intense. I was trying to signal that things were not intense.
I know you were trying to signal that, but the very fact that you were trying to signal that means that you thought that they were. So if you make
This is ridiculous.
If you make it clear, like absolutely point blank saying, listen, it looks like you...
We should just act like the Ilker from Mass Effect.
I don't even know what that is. I'm sorry. I have not played Mass Effect yet. I have the games, but I haven't played them.
They preface literally everything they say with intent and emotion.
Oh. I've literally had points where I do that, yeah.
Jocular remark, it is sort of like this, which is very amusing to me.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, although usually, I guess, instead of instead of giving it a prefix, I will give it a suffix. You know, I'll say something and then immediately thereafter go, you know, I'm just kidding.
I guess. How often do people tell you that you sound aggressive? I mean, either or fucking works for me, my dude, LOL. Often enough.
Oh, thank fucking God, I got one of the things.
So, maybe there's something to that.
And again, I'm not trying to bust on you. All I'm doing is giving you advice to help you avoid conflict.
Even if you don't feel like there is.
All I'm trying to do is give you advice to avoid conflict shit of this sort in the future. Not necessarily with us, but just in general.
Part of it I chalk up to brain damage. But part of it is that there's clearly a disconnect between how I understand the world and how others do.
And I get that. I absolutely get that. But again, what I'm saying, like all of this, I'm not trying to call you out. I'm not trying to harass you. What I'm saying is, like, essentially, point of advice from a personal perspective of like the shit that I've had to deal with. And I still fuck shit up. I still will say stuff in a certain tone that will, like, there was one point, granted this was a few years ago, but there was one point we were at the supermarket, my girlfriend and I, and
there used to be less of a connect online because people used to just very clearly explain what they meant, and no, that isn't meant as a jab. I just mean that in the past people didn't have this weird stuff going on.
Yeah, it was
less of a disconnect asterisk.
Yeah, before it was you either type accurately or something doesn't add up and you ask, you know, what do you mean? It was not slang and... God!
Like words were just words. You said things like this because it was the way to say them and punctuate them.
Really,
there was no meaning behind the punctuation beyond that's how it is punctuated. Those were the rules.
Motherfucker. Those fucking cats. Yeah, and now you've essentially got different sorts of slang that are playing into... Have we already gone through another hour?
Similarly, with capitalization. You didn't capitalize something because you felt confident about it, or aggressive. You capitalized something because it was the name of a person, place, or thing.
Unless you're talking all caps. All caps was always shouting. That has been, as far as I'm aware, a rule as old as the internet.
Yes. Those are also the rules. But also, caps lock is cruise control for cool. Everyone knows that.
Cruise control for cool? I never heard that one.
Yo, from which era do you reign, LEC? Yo. Yo. Ahahaha. Oh right, LOL, I thought that was some acronym I just didn't recognize. I mean, if you're asking how old I am, I'm 36.
Okay, so I've got a year on you then.
So I was browsing dial-up internet in 1996 while Funimation played DBZ every night.
This boss chamber! I'm not ready for this shit! Okay, I need to remember how to get back there. So I need to get to the...
Clearly someone still hasn't gotten over the Frieza saga. LMFAO. Yeah, I was reckoning you were from an earlier time. My brother used to get on my ass about the rules of grammar and proper English. He's older.
I never even watched DBZ. Fucking cats! Oh, god damn it. This is gonna suck so much. These stupid minds.
How dare you, D's. You are allowed to take or leave whatever criticism comes your way. Like the way you type I do agree is a dumb nitpick. But if people are being honest to you about something that you are doing that makes them uncomfortable, even if unintentional, it's worth to reflect on and see where they are coming from. And I say this as something who has had to do this many times myself.
God damn it. God damn
Someone
it.
asterisk.
I'm so fucking turned around in here. No.
We all come from different places and hear different things. It's so true.
This quarry sucks. It sucks! Okay, and that's the big pit that I was at, alright. I need to find a Vestal. Then I need to figure out
Dig
how...
up some granite for the one time.
Find that Vestal, and then I need to figure out how to get back to that fucking... Oh, I never even... Did I not pick that up? I guess I didn't. Okay. Not that it's anything I need. I need to find a Vestal, and I need to figure out how to get back to that boss room. Well, I haven't been here yet. That's cool, I guess. This sucks. I know I keep saying this sucks, but this sucks. Like, most of the other areas I've been in, I can map them out, and I'm okay. But something about the layout of this place, I'm having serious problems with. And it's making me flip my shit.
I honestly think it's less how I personally come off and more that people in general take being disagreed with in any capacity as aggression no matter what you do. So even if you are amicably disagreeing, they take it as a declaration of war.
Maybe up there? Maybe up there? I mean, sometimes, yes. You have some people that no matter what you do, they will be angry. Okay, I know there's a Vestal near here. Because I used it before, and then I went, there we are. Okay. Jesus. There's some people, no matter what you do, they'll never be happy. You disagree with them, you are an enemy. And that's all there is to it. I will absolutely agree with that.
Like, I'll take your advice into consideration, I will. But you get what I'm saying.
I absolutely do, yeah. Yeah. And I've even I've got into disputes where I'm literally it was probably a couple months back at this point. Somebody was talking about D&D and they made some sort of statement that was supposed to be sarcastic. But I didn't pick it up as such. So I literally started arguing for the same point that they were trying to make because I couldn't read their sarcasm in the statement. And they started to get upset at me about it, and I was like...
I didn't go into that conversation looking for a fight, and I'm sorry you took me that way. But I think that is equally a reflection on your personal biases as it is upon mine.
Well, no, like...
There seems to be a pretty big assumption I was being aggressive just because I was disagreeing.
Not necessarily. I mean, to be fair, at first I wasn't quite sure what point you were trying to make. I'm trying to kill this so I can go on break, and I inhaled a bit of beer. I'm sorry. B and I were both trying to get at the fact that you know, there is a lot of, like, you know, gray area and a lot of again,
don't
experts.
inhale beer. Yeast isn't good for the breathing.
Neither is liquid. Ethanol you can do if you vaporize it.
Though I do hear you can get really drunk if you can inhale it. Get those alveoli drunk.
If you vaporize alcohol, yeah, immediately you are just smashed. Although you also get over the intoxication very quickly. It gets broken.
Like with a spritz bottle or something.
You want a vaporizer. If you're going to do that, you want a vaporizer. It's something that literally it goes and it just turns the alcohol into ethanol vapor. Or you can use a hookah. If you have a hookah and you put the tobacco or the shisha, it doesn't even need to be that. It could just be...
Have you seen that LA Beast video?
That one I have not. I have seen quite a few of his, but not that one. If you take a hookah and whatever you put up in the top, that's up to you. But if you fill the reservoir with...
No, I hate those stunt YouTubers, LOL.
You fill the reservoir with vodka, and as you smoke, that you get the vodka vapors come up, and that can get you drunk while you're smoking whatever it is you're smoking, whether it be tobacco or weed or even just there's one place.
I mean, it's cool if you like them. I just am so bored of people eating random stuff or jumping ass first onto cactus or whatever for views.
Okay, I will be back in... Shit, what time is it? Yeah, we'll do one more hour. I'll be back with a beer in just a few minutes. BRB.
I haven't watched him in forever. I just like his personality. Shit's pretty dumb. Honestly, finna check him out RN. I wanna see what he's gotten into. A scholar, one who brings introspection through his antics, a messiah of our time. LMAO, I suppose that's one way to look at it. Whatever happened to that shoe guy? Shoe nice? Ah ha 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 ha. Yeah, wasn't he homeless several times or something? I always felt bad for him. I'm not sure, that guy was always a basket case to me. But goddamn, his eyes are the bluest oasis I've ever seen. Oh my fucking god. I just looked it up. He lives an hour and a half away, lol. Say hi. Ah ha ha ha. Nah, I just thought that was wild. I was like, no fucking way, lol. I'm surprised he still draws breath after what he does. In his big age he still just keeps at it? Apparently he quit drinking in 2018 for fear he might die. Now he does food. Latest video was a whole bottle of olive oil or something. I remember when he drank damn bong water. Oof.
Okay, I'm back. Boy, what I miss. A lot. I haven't watched him forever. It's just like his personality. Shit's pretty dumb, honestly. Gonna check him out right now. I want to see what he's gotten into. Scholar, one who brings perspective through his antics. Messiah of our time. The shoe guy? Several or something. I always felt bad. I don't even know who the shoe guy is.
Shoe Nice 22.
Apparently quit drinking in 2018 for fear he might die. Now he does food. Latest video is a whole bottle of olive oil or something. LA Beast, the thing that I found, I mean, like, some of the stuff he does is damn impressive, but the thing I found impressive is, or that I appreciate, I guess, is, he's rather, I guess, analytical on, when he's doing something, like, as he's, whatever it is he's doing. Now, granted, there's, like, stuff that I like and stuff that I don't, but he actually, like, narrates his experience and what he's going through as he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I love how sincere he is.
It isn't just, I'm just gonna do this weird shit. Like, he's constantly saying, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way, like, this tastes like this or that. Half the time it's kind of dumb, like, yeah, man, this tastes like, you know, an old outhouse, whatever, okay. Okay, now if I can just find that boss room, then we're good to go. But, like, the video where he goes and he eats a cactus, he's saying, like, man, it tastes like fruit. You know, and giving feedback to me is more than just doing dumb shit. It is conveying the experience without somebody else having to live that. Now, if I can just remember where that room was. Maybe that's the door. Yeah, that's a dead end. High vein, okay. So I was in here and it was somewhere near here or from here is how I got to the boss room. Oh, get off the fucking rock. The Grand Boy, okay.
LA Beast always been one of my favorites when it comes to that shit because his research just relates to the human experience so much. Kind of like those Coyote Peterson videos if he didn't ham it up as much as he does.
And there we go. There's the boss room. Yeah, certain things with Coyote Peterson, he wants to be like the next Steve Irwin, and his, like, a bunch of his stuff is cool and it's informative, but like you said, he overreacts a little bit.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And,
Monsieur Marat's men waged a terrible fight here. Some of these poor men were trampled to death.
Lacan, I think...
I stopped watching the Sting videos because it became super clear he was faking it. He really does it for the kids, which is nice.
Yeah, and that's good. Yeah, you bring up a good point there, 37. real quick, I just want to say that, like, masking sucks because you can't really be yourself, but it is something that is kind of necessary to exist, at least in certain parts of the world or in certain parts of society. So if you talk the way you talk or you type the way you type, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but you can always try and improve to better fit in with
I've never
people.
been particularly good at the masking thing.
Yeah, and that, like, it took me a long while through hard trial and error, and somebody who was my ex, like I said, she was a social butterfly, and she helped me a lot. So I would say personally, like, any chance you have to improve on that, try to. That said,
I mean, do you have her number? LMFAO.
I could try and talk to her about that. If she could give you advice, then I could absolutely, like, make suggestions. But she had enough trouble dealing with me. I don't know how much she'll be able to help you. But that said, two other things. One, weird question. Has anybody ever, and it's funny that you bring up, like, goose stepping and such, said that you talk or type like, quote, you are German? Because I've had a few people, especially when I had problems with being horrendously blunt, they would say, no, you talk like you're German. The example that I was always told was, if somebody, like, is wearing an outfit and asks, you know...
I mean, not to my knowledge, but I could understand the comparison.
They would say, you know, in American culture, if somebody is wearing an outfit and they say, does this look good?
Though I feel like I'm entirely too verbose for a German.
Not necessarily. American etiquette says, like, you're supposed to say, oh yeah, you look good, you know, because that's the thing, is just like you reinforce. But German culture would say, like, no dude, that looks like shit. And you just completely, like, state facts. And personally, I try to do something and split the difference. Try to be honest, but in a nicer way. I digress, however. Just a fun little, like, point of reference there. Much the same way that, like, I know the way that some people speak or type and their patterns, like, be. From here on out, I will try to keep in mind, which honestly I should have been doing sooner, your personal...
I feel like you guys would have understood it wasn't some kind of serious argument or anything if you could hear my voice or whatever.
I know, and that's part of the problem. So that's why I'm saying, I think from here on out, I'm going to specifically try to keep in mind if there is a discussion and it seems like certain things are going to be presented a certain way, I will try and ask more blunt questions to clarify what you're trying to get at. You know, are you agitated right now? Are you doing okay? To sidestep the whole element of signaling or you know, minor dialect. And just get at what is the point. Because sometimes, many times, I try to be I guess what you could say is what I'm trying to do is most of the time I'm trying to mask myself in a way that makes it easier for other people to interact with me. But since you don't really operate on those rules, it would probably be better if I were to talk the same way. And if I'm unsure, just to like point blank clarify, is this what you are trying to say?
Nah, I get it. You definitely come off as someone with autism who is better at navigating normie land. I never found a map though. LOL.
That's the problem. There is no map.
You just said, your ex gave you a map. Or a part of a map, LOL.
She helped me a lot. She helped me a lot. But
don't fuck with my metaphor, man, damn it, LOL.
Sorry. Sorry. How about she gave me a compass? But in the end, as somebody who's trying to navigate this landscape...
That's fair.
Somebody who's trying to navigate this landscape, instead of having a map like many people do, you're given a piece of paper and a pencil and said, go have fun. You know, and for me it was a lot of trial and error. The only thing is with her, because she was emotionally invested in me, and somebody who is, you know, very socially adept. She could give me direct feedback. And it was a struggle. It you know, I still get a lot of stuff wrong. I still do get a lot of stuff wrong.
I guess for a lot of autistic people, they go and try to draw the map as they go. I kept running into walls, so I just found a nice cave, stopped trying to figure it out, and played video games instead. That's almost not a metaphor. I don't know how to say it without seeming like a cock, but I could tell almost immediately. That I was autistic or he was. LMAO.
Both is an acceptable answer. And at least for me personally, if you say that, I don't.
Both, but.
Yeah, I don't take offense to that. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's true. LMFAO. I knew Diesel when I first started watching him. Oh, I don't take offense at all unless you say it in a way that's like, offensive. A lot of my favorite people to talk to are autistic.
Let's see here.
Like if you're like, shut the fuck up you fucking autist. I'm gonna get mad.
Yeah. And that, I mean, that makes sense.
They have more passion. And are very truthful. Or if you're all AHH I'm autistic you can eat a cock.
Okay, this will to live. Respite? Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, but I already have that one, okay. Fulmination, flame resistance. No, the others I don't care about, so, okay. Hopefully that helps.
Do you fuck with Black Forest ham, D? I just got a fuck ton of it.
What do you mean, do I fuck with it? Like, do I like it? Because yes.
I look at it like, it's like that dude Josh Blue. Yeah, aha, lol.
I mean, I like ham in general, so, you know, whatever.
He can make fun of cerebral palsy or whatever it is he has because he's the one who has it. But it's fucked up if other people do it.
The time has come for what is sure to be a decisive battle hardened by the weeks spent in the underground.
Looking up Josh Blue now.
To defend Montmar, last stronghold would be us or the machine that decimated our ranks. We have chosen the battlefield.
I feel the same way about making autism jokes unless you're pre-established friends.
We have chosen the battlefield for a fight.
Oh, he's fucking hilarious.
Despite their dwindling numbers, the first company is already hard at work sabotaging the floor of the Great Cavern. It is up to us, whom fate has chosen to carry out this most perilous mission, to lure the enemy there and trap it. There is not a dreamer among us who hopes to survive this battle, but we go to our deaths with our hearts bursting for them.
When you said Josh Blue, I immediately thought of another guy, but the man I'm thinking of has a different condition. Never heard of Joshua Blue Safe.
See how they proudly display their vices and shameful privileges, tirelessly working to drag morality through the mud, trampling love itself.
The Queen is said to have read your liaison before her husband banned it.
45-minute special.
I'm not surprised. No matter how hard I work to denounce their immoral
He's a funny dude. That's the video on I'm right now, actually.
How naive I was to imagine that my pen could slice away the gangrene of their debauchery.
Well, fortunately, you have more than one string to your bow, mon capitaine.
I don't know, the way that I view making light of something is, I won't generally even joke about it unless I'm friends with someone, because I don't want to normalize the idea that it is okay to make light of that thing in general use. That, or I accept that oh hey, he's actually...
My rule of thumb is to not punch down unless people are throwing the punches first.
Monsieur Marat.
I'll joke about things, places, impersonal stuff. But I don't like to make fun of people.
So this is the famous Huntress Diana I've heard so much about. Truly, 'tis an honor, madame. Now let me have a look at you. Oh, you're just as they described. An angel of death, descended from the heavens to vanquish the clockwork tyrant.
Who depicted me this way, monsieur?
Mes compagnons, madame. Chief among them is Monsieur Chaudelot de la Clos. They have observed you dispensing justice all over the city. A most expeditious justice at that, as befits the crimes committed by our good king. What a strange machine you are. Gifted with intelligence, clearly, but also with speech and the freedom to do as you please. Cependant, you are still an automat. Who is your master?
It was on the Queen's orders that I came to Paris.
The poor thing. To what new level of desperation has her husband's madness driven her? Does she finally intend to leave this kingdom, where she should never have set her dainty little feet?
No, monsieur. She means to put an end to her husband's madness.
What, with you? You in what army? That's quite amusing, you must admit.
And you, Monsieur Marat? Who is your master?
I serve not a master, but a cause.
In my experience, people who are seen as outcasts or those who tend to get picked on are more interesting to me because I've been in the same position. It dawned on me there is always going to be a societal script that those at the top will follow, kind of like an autopilot. Makes the conversation seem so shallow.
Think about it, madame. Look at us. We've been standing around chatting like old friends for several minutes, and I still don't know to what I owe the pleasure of your visit.
I must go to the Bastille, where Monsieur de Vaucanson is imprisoned.
Oui. Such a sad fate for a king's lackey. And what do you want with your creator? This man whose blood-stained hands built the army that's currently setting Paris
Like the
ablaze.
beast from Split said, the broken are the more evolved.
Only Vaucanson can undo.
Fair enough. Alas, while I come and go as I please through these tunnels, it is impossible to enter the fortress.
Impossible, dites-vous?
A sanguinary automat is spreading death and terror in the depths of this quarry. At the cost of their lives, my comrades were able to sabotage the floor of the cave to limit its entrance. Nevertheless, it stands between you and the tunnel that leads to the Quartier du Temple. And that's the only way to reach the Bastille.
And yet that's exactly what I intend to do, Monsieur Marat.
À votre guise. I shall not attempt to dissuade you. There is one small thing, though. I had to disable the mobile walkways to protect myself from the automats. But since you managed to come here, I assume you already know a lot about these devices.
Indeed.
Here. This will allow you to reach the lower tunnels.
Okay, my experience, people who
Sorry I'm fucking up the dialogue. Good thing ya got subtitles.
Yeah, I was reading it then, and I was gonna say, like, you know, I'll read, you know, what you entered when it was done. You're seen as outcasts, or those who tend to get picked on are more interesting to me because I've been in the same position. It dawned on me that there's always going to be a societal script that those at the top will follow, kind of like an autopilot. Yes, absolutely. You know, almost walking up to somebody and saying response, and then, you know, courtesy response, and then like nodding, and then like going your own ways. Like, why even bother? The broken are the more evolved. And I wouldn't always say that, but there is something. This has actually gone into a psychological study now, that those people who have dealt with strife and
that said, it's important to evaluate the message as well as the messenger. Like a lot of anti-vax rhetoric is painted as being patriotic and the American government misleading people, and maybe they'd have a leg to stand on if there weren't like 100 other countries who also evaluated what was going on and also decided to take precautions and measures to address vaccines.
Yeah, like...
So sure, maybe the messenger you have is trusted, but it's important to take information in aggregate.
Yeah, everybody should have critical thinking skills.
There is no such thing as global conspiracy.
Yeah. But there was
no conspiracy can survive that many people being involved.
There was this study that people who've gone through trauma or mental
torment... People fuck it up too much, LOL.
People who've gone through trauma or mental torment and managed to recover from it end up being stronger and more aware than those who don't. Whether it's avoiding that stress in general, or, you know, going down that pit of madness and never quite making it out. It's interesting. You know, the phrase, that which does not kill you makes you stronger, is true, except it isn't always that which does not kill you, but that which does not break you. Political Impartial Journal by...
I mean, not to brag, but I was totally abused as a kid and come from a broken home. Just saying, yo.
What a clever trick Monsieur de Miro played on us by offering his chest to the bayonets, the eyes of the people to flambeau, blah blah blah. As never shines so brightly, the veil must be torn away, and the truth must triumph on Monsieur.
Damn, you got a fire origin
for
story.
He is nothing more than a slave,
but also kinda hilariously not. That's just some dark humor.
Patriotism. Saint Mirabeau, who just 2 years ago would have pawned his knickers for 6 livres, is now bathing in opulence. He has just bought a mansion for the sum of 200,000 livres, which he paid in cash. He has 3 mistresses whom he lavishes with gifts, all welcome at his table, and he has paid off his debts. At whose expense, I ask? At the expense of the nation, whose interests he has always sold to the monarch. How this wretch
totally
whom the
37
have canonized, and whom the blind crowd insist on crowning, must laugh at his foolish worshippers. He can
also, you're basically an assassin in my head.
He no longer even bothers to conceal it. Cunning chameleon, you may change color, but you will not escape my eye. I will track your skillful metamorphosis.
Move over, Agent 47.
This is attention to them, so they will no longer be dazzled by you.
Not
you, unworthy upstart, that we shall sacrifice our rights of okay. So they're calling out Mirabeau for being a shill, a royal shill, essentially. Fire origin story, yeah.
We've got Agent 37, he's like, Diet Agent 47. Cheaper but does the same job.
Denouncing Lafayette. I wish here to denounce the duplicity of Marquis de Lafayette, the aspiring tyrant on whose shoulders the confidence of a nation blinded by perfidious artifice now rests. It is well known how in previous publications I have attacked the boundless ambitions of Motier. Was not known as that he sworn to kill me, and that I have been forced to go into hiding to escape his vengeance. Know, reader, that the regiment has tasked me with destroying my printing press, taking me away from blah blah blah. If our so-called nation hero can, in all impunity, order the soldiers of the realm under his command to oppress honest citizens, if he can use public force to settle a private quarrel, who will stop him from using these brave men against?
And for some reason, B reminds me of Tiny Kong.
What will the French
I do not know
people
why.
who look at him as their savior think by ordering the defenders of the nation to trample over public liberty? The Marquis can only aspire to incite a civil war. This man is
it is just the image that pops into my head when I think of B.
Citizens cannot tolerate this shocking abuse. They must guard against the terrible misfortune that would be inevitable result of this usurpation of power. Tiny Kong. That is interesting. Tiny Kong.
Tiny and cute. The assassination is over time rather than instantly.
Thanks to what I learned from Monsieur Marat, I will use the mobile walkway to reach the lower levels.
Tiny Kong is from Donkey Kong 64.
Is that the one in overalls?
The blonde.
Okay.
Yeah.
Voila.
She can grow big and small.
The walkway.
Has a flowers aesthetic.
Yeah. All I remember right now is that whoever made a spoof of it was like, and then there's Chunky. He's dead.
LMFAO. Chunky was just the worst.
I guess. Well, you know, I don't need to go up
Why
to
the hell would we need a Donkey Kong but worse?
Because he dresses like a lumberjack? I don't know. Okay, so there was an item up there.
So you appreciate the damn donkey. We all must learn this lesson, wink with a frown.
That's funny that it read out wink with a frown.
Ayok, let me get that wink with a frown.
It wants us to question Mr. Marat. Well, okay, let's have a brief word with him. I don't know what I need to question him for, but we will do that. And then it's break time.
What is your plan to go to the Bastille?
I haven't yet reached my objective.
Keep making your way through the tunnels. You will find the way to the Temple.
Monsieur Marat, did you take part in an operation that aimed to kidnap the Dauphin and his sister Charlotte?
Me take part in an operation? Nonsense. My only weapon is my pen, and I have sharpened it, believe you me. That said, we did receive some information concerning the children. Unfortunately, I'm sworn to secrecy. If such an operation did indeed take place, Monsieur de Leclos would have been the one behind it. Alas, I fear that he is no longer of this world.
He's an
There is
alien
little
now.
doubt that he and his men fell in the galleries.
Who laid on this blood-stained mattress?
Oh, it's a strange story. I suppose you heard about what happened in Place Dauphine?
Indeed. I went there.
Well, we took in one of the survivors of the massacre. The only survivor, it seems. Despite his serious injuries, he was particularly talkative.
What did he tell you?
He kept saying that Lafayette was a traitor in the king's pay. That the flaxen-haired hero had deliberately handed his brand new National Guard over to the Ottomans.
What evidence did your guest have?
Nothing substantial, unfortunately. It was based on a simple rumor that was circulating in the camp shortly before the Royal Army attacked. It would appear that several volunteers carried a yellow cartridge in their cartridge pouches. Most likely a subtle way for the conspirators to recognize each other. The subsequent disaster would tend to confirm this hypothesis. Vous ne croyez pas?
These are suspicions. Nothing more.
Right you are. Oh, if only I had proof of this conspiracy. Then I'd be able to scutter the ambitions of that cur Lafayette for good. The would-be dictator's plans would be foiled.
I must get to the bottom of this urgently.
Very well. I encourage you to do so. But remember that the Marquis could not have acted alone. If you can't find anything implicating him, look into the members of his staff. Start in Place Dauphine, where those brigands sullied the ground with their boots.
So if he was a traitor, then, I mean, his closest ally would have been Mirabeau, because Mirabeau's getting funded by the king.
Who are your compagnons?
Patriots who come and go in the quarries throughout the city, under the command of Monsieur Leclos. Alas, there are few left. And I wager that it won't be long before the machines that have taken over our hiding place find me. My hours are numbered. Mais vous-même, have you found any companions for yourself?
I'm not certain, monsieur.
It's as if all the patriots in the kingdom have already perished. I'm afraid we don't have a chance.
Dites-moi, Monsieur Marat. What exactly are you doing hiding in a quarry?
I've made a lot of enemies. In my publications, I have always these vampires who cheat the chief among them. That crook, Lafayette. That Trenz Sabre. A career soldier who thinks he's Caesar, not content to maintain an army of rats. This Blondin has all the Châtelet's judges in his pocket. It seems my prose upset him, as he swore to hunt me down.
Who is Monsieur de Leclos?
a brilliant writer whose pen, but is also an experienced military engineer, who has sworn to his great misfortune, it would appear. There is little doubt that he died leading his men through the tunnels.
Okay.
Deez, you're familiar with Family Guy? Yeah.
Somewhat. I've watched it now and then, but I don't watch a ton of it. What's up? My hair still looks like shit. Ugh.
There's an episode where they do a cutaway where Stewie is around a fireplace with 3 other dudes in top hats and monocles. And they're arguing politics and such.
Okay. Is that like a is
and they all disagree, but it ultimately amounts to a tut-tut and a sip of their tea, and they all come back, presumably, next week. That's more or less how I look at arguments in general.
Okay.
Not arguing from a place of anger.
Well, to me, that's the big difference.
Unless like you're a weird racist or something.
To me, that's the difference between, or why I'm very particular with using the words argument or discussion. If you're going to have a discussion, then that's a talk. A debate is where you get a little more fire to it. It gets a little bit spicy, a bit passionate, but it's still you're trying to talk and understand and work through to like whatever the core is. But an argument, and this is one of the things that like is so weird for me. I remember being like, I think 14 years old, and I don't remember what had happened with my dad, whether he had my dad is one of these people that when he gets angry, he thinks he's right. It doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter what you do, like it's going to be his way. And when there's an argument, he wants to be right and he wants things to turn out his way. I don't remember if the conflict was with my mom. I want to say it was with my sister. But he was fuming about this and that. And I remember going up to him and I said, Dad, you need to look at what's going on and what you want to accomplish. When you have an argument, do you want to be right? Do you want to come out the winner, quote unquote? Or do you want to resolve the problem? And I think in a lot of cases, people look at an argument, a discussion, a debate, anything about winning or losing. You know, I did the thing, you know. But that's not it. The goal should be coming to a consensus, coming to an understanding and saying, yes, we need to do this, or no, this isn't right. And I understand that this isn't always going to happen. You're going to have those points where it's like agree to disagree, like there are certain things that there's just too much opinion in there to have a solid middle ground. But yes, for the most part, I would say I'm much the same way. When I discuss something or even debate it, I'm wanting to get to the core of the issue. I'm wanting to understand. And it's not about who's right or who's wrong. So yeah, I think I get what you're getting at there. Man, my hair really looks like shit. I mean, I know I've got like the 5 head going on, but Jesus fuck. Anyway, yeah, quick break. I'm gonna grab another beer, and then we'll keep going a little longer because I'm right at this boss. I think I am, so I might as well continue.
Woo.
Tomorrow's gonna suck. But...
To be fair though, I don't know that I'd recognize you without your hair, lol.
Well, thank you. BRB.
Though you could probably rock the Lex Luthor bald look.
Let's not think about that right now.
Almost everyone, myself included, looks better with shaved head once it starts to go. Like, I debated it, but once I looked back at pictures after the fact I was like, wow, I wish someone said something. Bald ain't bad. If you ever heard that one Onyx song, it really empowers the bald mindset. Can't think clear. I think it's all the hair. I wonder how this shit'll sound. Like the hairstyling just wasn't working. People don't look at you like you are a person who still has hair. They look at you like a person who is actively losing his hair. TTEHKETTE hope TTEHKETTE hope PTTTE pair PTTTE TSSSSE PTTTE pair PTTTE TSSSSE KKPESSE KKPESSE KKPE. Shaving your head is a choice. Balding isn't. Oh God, it was a mistake. Not the you, the general you. Which applies to me as well. Which is why I don't try to fool myself into thinking I can pull off long hair even though I'm balding and have a bald spot. I just look like the comic book guy from Simpsons. Would you rock the hair powder? Not honestly at this point. If I can't find a way to completely regenerate it, I'd rather just have something that permanently removes my hair. Being bald takes a lot of work to pull off. To really make it work, you have to shave at least every other day, if not every day. Monk life. As soon as you have stubble, you roll back over into balding in most people's eyes. And unless you're Jason Statham, you're not pulling off the balding look. The magnum opus I work towards is eliminating male pattern. I only have fledgling research at the moment. Bruce Willis gave it up for a reason. That's why all his movies shortly after he began to go bald were with him and a shaved head. It sucks actually, because I just don't have the dedication to shave my head every day, lol. It's so much damn work. Sucks about his dementia. That too. I get it too. Need that head slick on heavy diamond. I have brain damage from the car accident a couple years ago, and it will ultimately mean that I will also suffer from early onset dementia in all likelihood. Bruce's future is likely my own, but without the money. Damn man. It is what it is. Wear a helmet. LOL. Were you skating?
Okay, I'm back. Let's see here what I miss. First off, put another beer on there.
Car accident. Delivering pizza during the pandemic's height.
Once everyone, myself included, looks back with shaved head once it starts to go, like at a babe, but once I look back, it pictures the fact I was like, wow, I wish someone said something. Bald ain't bad. If you ever heard that when Onyx...
At any rate, my point wasn't to talk about that. My point was to say I understand how he feels.
I wonder how this...
Bruce's situation sucks.
Like the hairstyling, it just wasn't working. People don't look at you like you.
He would arguably have another 30 good years.
It looks like a person who is actively losing his hair.
My bad.
Not you as the general you, which applies to me as well, which is why I don't try to fool myself into thinking I can pull off long hair, even though I'm balding and have a bald spot. It just looks like that comic book guy from The Simpsons. Would you rock the hair powderl? At this point, if I can't find a way to completely regenerate it, I'd rather just have something that permanently removes my hair. Being bald takes a lot of work to pull off. To really, really make it work, you have to shave at least every other day, if not every day. Monk life. As soon as you have stubble, you roll back over into balding in most people's eyes, and unless you...
Oh, nothing to apologize for. I just don't want to turn the conversation into one about me. I was just saying I have unique insight into his situation.
The magnum opus I work towards is limiting male pattern. I only have fledgling research at the moment. Bruce Willis gave it up for a reason. That's why all his movies, shortly after he began to go bald, were with him and a shaved head. It's actually because I just don't have the dedication to shave my head every day. Yeah, a lot of work. His dementia, yeah.
It is very valuable insight.
So does ultimately mean that I will also suffer from early onset dementia, and all of Bruce's future is like my own, but without the money. This is what it is. Wear a helmet. Well, at least to my understanding, his dementia only affects his speech. And part of the thing right now is that, like, I have my hair grown out, and because it's long, it makes it look stringy. I usually grow my hair out during the winter, and I'm meaning to get it cut soon anyway, which tends to make it look better.
My memory loss affects my speech, LMAO.
That sucks. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess my hair isn't that...
Part of why I'm legally disabled, LOL. I'm always forgetting what I'm talking about unless it is written down and I can look back to see what I've said or what others have said. Truth be told, I only seem this competent at anything online.
I don't know. I've had, well, even this ex of mine, like, at some point I cut my hair and she was like, "Where'd all your hair go?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, it's you know, like receding hairline." She was like, "No, but even so, it still
in
looks
person
good."
I'm forgetting what I'm talking about or what I'm saying.
Do not. I really, if I get a migraine right now,
I may not even remember we talked.
I have this thing where I get like a visual distortion. I believe it's called a scintillating scotoma. And if it gets out of control, it turns into a migraine. Most of the time it goes away if I close whichever eye it's affecting. But,
Emergency eye patch.
yeah. Oh, motherfucker. Are there any others? No, okay.
In case of emergency, break eye patch glass.
I do literally have an eye patch for those circumstances, which I don't know if it's nearby or not.
Code black flag.
I mean, it usually works if I cover or close one eye.
Defcon error.
But it isn't around here.
I think I've only had a migraine once, and it was recently.
No, it's not here. I don't think it's going to be an issue. It's just one of those things. I've been taking these ADHD meds, and for the most part they help a lot, but there's a few side effects. I don't know if they are or not. to be fair. If they're
I used to get them as a kid. Was medicated for a few years. So I get it.
But it seems like it's become more frequent with the ADHD
I hope
meds.
it goes away, all jokes aside.
I mean, it seems like it's not going to be an issue. There's just still something kind of weird with my vision a little bit. But we shall see. Man, that critical strike is a fucking day wrecker now. Okay.
I mean shit, man. I once drove 2 hours away with a sock tied around my head to make an appointment because I had double vision, LOL. Do what you gotta do, my brother.
Yeah, no, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. It seems like it's receding. But on the on the note of my hair, like, you know, obviously everybody's more judgmental of themselves, right? So to me, I'm like, oh no, my hair looks awful, but I've had plenty of people go like, no, it looks good, even when it's long, even though that makes it stringy, they still like it. So, you know, it's one of those things where I go, but I need to just not worry about it as much.
For what it's worth, your hairline is so much better than mine is currently. Yours is where mine was at 6 years ago.
Well, thankfully, it seems like I've hit a point where it's not going to change much. It's just, especially right now, like I was saying, because it's winter and I've let it grow out, it looks stringy and unkempt. Oh, fuck. I couldn't get the jump on him. Alright.
It took about 2 years for it to become untenable because the hairs in the front became too wispy and I began to have a skull lip. I blame stress.
Well, in my case, I've also got,
I have gray hair and gray in my beard. Much of it having showed up in the last couple years, LOL.
it would be better if I were to just simply put less poison in my body. And by that I mean less drinking, less smoking.
I mean, to an extent that's true, but I say this in advance of what may eventually come. You can't blame yourself for losing your hair.
No, and I don't. But I have noticed, even at those points where, like, I just drink and smoke less, my hair looks better.
Something like 75% of men will suffer from some form of male pattern baldness.
Yeah. And on my mom's side, it's not too bad. Most of your hair patterns come from your mother's side.
We're all in this together, my man.
But you do still get some of that from your father, and my dad is well, if he doesn't shave his entire head, he gets peach fuzz on top and like the wizard crown around the back. Thankfully, I do take more after my mom's side of the family.
In my case, my entire mother's side is bald. I started losing it in my mid-20s.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then you're pretty much fucked. I will just not play with that one.
So by like 33, long hair was basically turning myself into one of those weird old guys who had a skullet in a ponytail.
Okay, yeah.
Monsieur Laclos was the Duc d'Orléans' faithful retainer. He was to prepare the way for his takeover, and now he has become one of the king's most bloodthirsty automats. How ironic.
So I think we want to go up this way and then across. There is also another factor, and that is actually exercise. Most of the time, when somebody hits a certain age, their body starts producing dihydrous testosterone, and that is just testosterone with an extra hydrogen attached to it. But that one extra... Oh, there's a Vestal down there. Please don't say it's locked. Oh, thank goodness.
See, like even now I'm actually looking over our conversation now to try to remember how we got talking about this, because I can't remember.
Oh, that's just because I brought up the full face cam and I saw that my hair looked like shit. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying about, like, losing track of, like, the flow of the conversation.
Oh, okay, and then I said something about it?
Yeah. But the hydrous testosterone is, like, 5 to 10 times stronger than regular testosterone.
Oh, not just the flow. I will absolutely have forgotten this situation within 48 hours, lol.
I mean, that's fair. That has a counter, but, it's, no.
Like, losing the flow is absolutely an issue. But the memory of this entire thing will be erased too.
He's got one of the fucking spiders with him, god damn it.
It's as if Will Smith is following me around and flashing me with the memory thingy.
Considering your situation, have you ever looked into extra supplements like B vitamins and omega-3s?
I keep notes. Oh. Not those kind of supplements.
B vitamins and omega-3s directly affect neural regeneration and degeneration. And could potentially help with that if you maybe take them in larger quantities. Also, it's relatively new, but there is a lot... Oh, fuck, I have enough for an upgrade. I should get back to that. Damn it, I should get back to the Vestal and spend those points so I don't die and lose them. It's relatively new, but there is a fair amount of research into lion's mane mushrooms.
I've heard they can help, but I talked with my neurologist and they said that while they can help with what you got and will slow the overall degeneration of neurons and such, but won't help me with repairing what's broken. It's hit or miss whether or not my brain will root around what is damaged.
But you might as well try, right? I have a friend, he had a combination cardio-neurodegenerative condition.
Oh, for sure.
That he's actually recovered from.
I'm not saying I shouldn't try.
Yeah. I'm just throwing out suggestions because, like, I mean, there's always a chance, right?
I'm just saying it's not like I can take a bunch of B vitamins and my brain will be healed, lol.
Oh, no. I'm not at all saying it will. I'm just saying that, like, over time it may help either counteract it or, you know, slow it down. But there was a study done into lion's mane mushrooms, which are delicious, by the way. If you've never had them, absolutely give them a try. They actually have a flavor kind of like lobster. So if you like that, they...
It's a bit like suggesting, oh, you just need to exercise more to a depressed person. Which isn't untrue, but it's also not entirely helpful.
Yeah.
Not that I don't appreciate the sentiment.
Lion's mane is...
Yo, those mushrooms look sick.
They're fucking tasty. We grew some last summer with one of these, like, little grow box things. And, yeah, they do actually taste a lot like lobster. Like, if you want some kind of, like, faux seafood, if somebody's gonna be vegan, like, absolutely invest in that shit.
The thing that actually has helped me the most, believe it or not, has been the movie Memento.
Okay, I can understand that. I haven't actually seen it, but I know what it's about. And, you know, using different methods of keeping track of things.
For one, come up with systems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But this thing took off, and lion's mane, now there's several universities that have researched it, and they don't know why.
Always put your keys in the same place, for example, so your keys are never in a different place. So your memory of where they are isn't an issue.
Yeah. And the more that you do it in that way, the more it reinforces.
Take extensive notes.
Yes. But I don't remember who kicked it off, but lion's mane originally started gaining momentum with, I want to say it was like a university in Japan, and now it's been researched in several, and a lot more people are reporting on the fact that it doesn't just help neuron growth, but helps memory in general.
I keep a notepad file open on my desktop docked on the right at all times so I can take notes.
Yeah, absolutely.
On everything. If I need to remember, it goes on my notepad.
I don't necessarily, all things considered, my memory is good, my focus is bad. But all the same, I want to make sure that I have notes of anything, like you said, that's important. So one of the things I did recently is in my van, I put in a pen and a tiny little notebook. I think I have a duplicate of one of them somewhere. Like this. I have one of these and I have a pen in my van. So that way if anything ever comes up...
Not bad, but I recommend a whiteboard and pictures.
Well, for me it's just having this thing where I can immediately jot down a note of thing I need to remember. And then I can just tear out the piece of paper and stick it in my pocket, because as I carry it around and it crunches, I can get home and then, you know, I can do whatever I have to do to actually take care of it.
I'm surrounded by sticky notes.
I did sticky notes for a while. They don't hold up as well, although I do like them.
Whiteboard is as permanent as a notepad, and you can take a picture of the note to not only take it with you but send it anywhere.
I mean, that's true, but for me it's not permanent memorization.
Whiteboard is also reusable.
For me it's not permanent memorization, it's a reminder. And the thing is, like I said, if I take this piece of paper and I stick it in my pocket, I continue to either feel it or hear it.
So you can keep a note as long as you need it, or erase it.
But then when I get home and I start to unload everything and put away my keys and my wallet and everything.
Oh, that's the other method.
Then I get this physical
Alarms.
piece of paper. And yeah.
Not scheduling. Scheduling can be ignored. Alarms must be addressed.
Yes, yes. And if there's something I have to do at a certain time, then I just immediately enter it in my phone and then that's it. Fuck. Where do I want to put this? No, I want... throw more engineer... We'll increase agility. Okay. Alright, now where am I going? I can run past those fuckers, hopefully. Yeah. And it looks like he's got fire, so I would have been better off equipping the fucking gun as my secondary, but that's alright. We'll just dance with what we got. What is that grayed out part of my bar? What the fuck? That's some bullshit. No. No, 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 no. Moo moo poo poo.
He's going to turn you into mechanical feed.
Get fucked. Efficient counter. I am excited now.
Leclos, you're alive.
Platoon, ready. Fire! Fire at will! Oh, Senor. Oh, we can't stop them. They're upon us. Fixed bayonets. Fixed bayonets!
The fighting has stopped. It's over. Voyez, the Huntress Diana appeared to us. The one who saved you.
But the troops. Where are the troops?
You are the only survivor, Leclos.
Oh, excuse me.
No. We were so close. But those machines... An entire battalion would have been unable to defeat them. We were forced to retreat. Chased into these tunnels by the automats.
Why did you launch this attack?
3 of our companions were held captive in the fortress. Our best agents.
Agents?
Spies, if you prefer. We, the supporters of the Duc d'Orléans, have always worked in the shadows, within the Queen's entourage, in the tribunes of the Estates General, among the patriots in the clubs, amidst the rank and file in the army.
We have had some success, you have to admit.
What machinations have you discovered?
Enough to make Monsieur Marat's ink flow and bring down our rivals. Necker's speculations, Lafayette's dishonorable behavior, Mirabeau's corruption, and many darker secrets.
Such as Lafayette's plot to rescue the Dauphin and his sister Charlotte.
How on earth do you know that?
She seems as well informed as we are.
Nothing wrong with being mechanical.
Well, suddenly all the speech is gone.
I'm something of a mechanical myself. He looks confused. Damn it, TTS, read out my kappa LUL so they know I'm joking.
Once again, the king has won.
That won't always be the case. But right now I have something urgent I must do. Tell me about this machine that guards the Bastille.
We were prepared to face an enemy, not an executioner. That thing, half butcher's block, half stocks, was designed to make heads roll.
Why did you launch this attack?
3 of our companions...
Agents?
Within the...
Okay, yeah, that was the first one that I... Alright.
It was madness to attempt an attack on the Bastille.
You're wrong. I'm a military man. It was a bold maneuver, but it was a calculated risk. After all, that old fortress is a pile of stones with no buffers, curtain walls, or bastions. As for its garrison, our agents were certain. Only a handful of veterans should have been there. A single charge should have sufficed to disperse them. But the king made other arrangements. He increased the fortress's defenses and placed a swarm of automats at the service of a terrible machine.
Who captured you, monsieur?
There was some confusion in the fray. but Cagliostro was in charge. He was the one who ordered me to be shut up in that coffin. Then I was thrown into that awful place where I lost consciousness. After that, everything is a series of blurred visions with a voice that ordered me to kill again and again.
I intend to enter the Bastille and free Monsieur de Vaucanson.
For what possible reason, mon Dieu?
She claims that he's the only one who can stop the machines.
Indeed, it's possible. In that case, if you're ready to face the abomination that blocked my path and slaughtered my lieutenants, then don't waste a second. Let's not stay here much longer, Marat. Let's head back to our burrow. There's still some wine left in this pot.
More than enough, Leclos. More than enough.
Wonderful. We'll drink to our broken dreams until this finally comes to an end.
I'm surprised I made that on the first pass. Okay. Time window during which agents can perform a parry with the shield or shield special moves. It also does the physical damage of ensuing counterattack. I don't know if I want that. Because I don't have a shield weapon. I was all excited and now I just kind of don't care. I'm going to look that up, whether or not it's worthwhile.
Alright family, I'm finally feeling tired. Y'all have a good night.
Take care, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to call it a night shortly here as well, because I have stayed up way longer than I planned.
Night, my dude.
Here you are at last.
Good talks, you guys.
To the Bastille begins.
Thank you.
And to think,
Thank you.
I would have never thought you'd make it this far. Cependant, I would advise you not to rush. The fighting in these tunnels has weakened the structure. If you go in there, I'm afraid you won't be able to turn back. Delors, I have just one bit of advice to give you. Before going any further, make sure you're not leaving behind any unfinished business. Any commitments that you have not fully met. I shall return to my hiding place. In these unsure times, you can never be too careful. Ne croyez-vous pas?
Okay, so where were we? We were there. And this way goes here. Oh, hello. Okay, let's use this. Now that seemed like it was the warning essentially saying this is endgame. Oh, and I wanted to upgrade the gun. Have we been able to upgrade the gun yet? I forget. No.
Take one more step, there will be no turning back. This path will lead me straight to the Quartier du Temple.
Okay, so if I'm here, I grapple up. Tough little trumpet boy. Now where are we? There's the carriage.
Yeah, no, I read once about a guy who could never get rid of the hiccups. He just had them forever. I think about that every time I have the hiccups and am terrified.
Well, the good news is there has been medical progress since then. They know that the hiccups are caused by a twitch in the diaphragm. So, if you are seriously afflicted with this, it requires surgery, and they essentially cut the nerve that continues to trigger compulsively. And then there you go, hiccups done.
Oh, neat.
But yes, I totally get how that is horrifying. Alright, so we can go back up, which is cool. Really?
Exciting interest.
I was going to call it a night. Where's the Vestal? I'm going to hit the Vestal, and there it is. Yeah, quick save. And then we'll jump in and see how far along I get, because even though it's late, if I can wrap up this game tonight, then I'm going to try and do it. However, if there's any other Vestals down here, I will not use them because I cannot make it back. Whoops.
Humorous snark, that's called a callback. Abject grief, sadly the joke did not land.
Sorry, I didn't quite follow what you were getting at there. Also, how the fuck do I get across this shit? Do they want me to just, I guess, jump and dash? Many of the grapple points in this are so ill-defined, it makes me super uneasy to tell where I'm supposed to do this or that. Okay, we can just run up that. Cool. Nifty. Didn't look like I could, but I'll take it. Thank you. No! No! There was an odd little smear at the bottom. Okay, let's try this again. Does it have any sign of where it left my... Oh, they're up there. Okay, cool. We're not going to use that Vestal. I don't want to get trapped down here. Dead end. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I said excuse me. Thank you. That... You son of a bitch. Really? Yeah, good riddance. Fuck you. Okay, so I can get up here, but now what? Is that just a way to hide from that dude? There are several points in this where it's like, yeah, hidden place. I'm like, alright, cool. Then I can't do anything. Yeah, that's where I came from. A wall I can break, that's fine. Something else. Maybe I need to open something? Alright. Oh, I can. So many barricades in the game you cannot traverse, but this one you can just climb over. So glad I fought that enemy to find that out. Bastille. Okay. Now we're going to have a whole nother level. I'm gonna run through to get a little more like headway on what's going on, and then I'm gonna call it night.
There's no turning back. From now on I will have to do without a carriage. The Bastille is to the south of the Temple.
So all I'm doing right now is running through to get a better sense of like what I'm dealing with. Other than that, I don't give a shit. No fucking. Said it before, one of the few things that gets on my nerves is the fact that you can use up the health item when you aren't damaged. That's some bullshit. everything we're dealing with here is, like, right now just full forward momentum. Oh, is the canal the only thing we can do? Alright. I thought the Bastille was supposed to be a prison. This looks like a whole fucking city.
The Bastille's cannons destroyed the square. What a ghastly massacre. It seems that the artillerymen used Monsieur Leclos' devastating cannonballs.
Going, what am I doing? I don't know. Yes, hurt, big hurt. Some way through here, I think. We have no options but to fight? I think so. Okay, didn't make a difference. So... hey, look at that. Now we've got a boss battle. That's fine. That's it. That's the end of the night. Is this... That is not... Alright. I guess we're just continuing on from this point because it decided to fucking autosave.
You have a good night, man.
I'm gonna try. I'm a little bit angry now. I made a point of running past all those other Vestals and not picking anything up because when I died, I wanted to be able to go back to the last place I saved, but no. By loading into that area, apparently it auto-saved. So now I'm stuck. That's alright. I'm a badass. I'll pull it through. It's just frustrating.